welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I had lived here for years. The house had no attic, just a flat ceiling, nothing above it. But today, while cleaning, I noticed it. A pull-down ladder right in the middle of the hallway where there had never been one before. My chest tightened. The air smelled of dust and something faintly sweet like rotting fruit. Slowly, I reached up and pulled the string. The ladder creaked as it unfolded, and from above, something shifted. The sound was subtle, a gentle scraping, as if furniture was being rearranged by careful hands. I stood motionless, my fingers still wrapped around the cord, listening. My home had always been predictable, knowable, mine. Now a space existed where nothing should be. "Hello," I called up into the darkness. My voice sounded wrong, somehow absorbed rather than echoed. No response came. I returned with a flashlight. The beam cut through the rectangle of darkness above, revealing rough wooden floorboards covered in a fine layer of dust. No footprints, no signs of recent disturbance, just an empty space that had impossibly inserted itself into my architecture. The ladder felt solid beneath my weight as I climbed. Each rung complained with a soft creak but held firm. At the top, I paused, the upper half of my body now inside this impossible space. The air was different here, cold and still, carrying that same sweet rot smell but stronger now, mixed with something metallic. My flashlight revealed wooden rafters, insulation, and bare floorboards extending in all directions. A normal attic, except my house didn't have one. The blueprints examined when I bought the place showed nothing above the ceiling. The roof was flat concrete. There was no space for this room to exist. I pulled myself fully into the attic and stood, hunched beneath the low ceiling. My flashlight beam caught something white in the corner, a small desk with a notebook resting open on its surface. The pages fluttered slightly, though there was no breeze. The book contained drawings, crude but deliberate sketches of a house. My house. Page after page showed various rooms, each rendered in black ink with increasing detail. Bathroom, kitchen, living room, my bedroom. Each drawing showed empty rooms, devoid of people but filled with furniture I recognized as mine. The final pages were blank except for a single line of text written across the center of one. "I see you now." The handwriting wasn't mine. I jerked back, knocking the notebook to the floor. The pages scattered, revealing more writing I hadn't seen. Words appeared on pages I'd sworn were blank moments before, forming before my eyes. "Thank you for letting me in." Something rustled behind me. I whirled around, flashlight beam dancing wildly across the empty space. Nothing was there, but the quality of the darkness had changed. It felt thicker, more substantial, as if the shadows themselves had mass. Over the next week, I documented everything. I took photos of the attic, the notebook, the ladder. I recorded the sounds that filtered down from above, soft footsteps, occasional whispers, once what sounded like humming. The photos came out blurred or completely black. The audio recordings contained only static. I showed a neighbor the ladder. She nodded politely, but her eyes never focused on it, sliding away as if unable to see what I was pointing at. When I climbed up to demonstrate, she walked away mid-sentence, suddenly remembering an urgent appointment. The attic began to change. Each time I ventured up, the space seemed larger. The far wall, initially just a few paces away, receded until my flashlight couldn't reach it. New objects appeared: a rocking chair, boxes filled with old clothes, toys I'd owned as a child but had long forgotten. I began sleeping poorly. In those half-waking moments between consciousness and dreams, I heard scratching from above, not the sound of an animal, but deliberate, like someone slowly dragging their fingernails across the ceiling. When I fully woke, the sound stopped. My reflection started looking wrong, not dramatically different, just slightly off, as if someone had made a detailed but imperfect copy of me. My smile took too long to form. My eyes blinked a fraction of a second after I decided to blink them. I set up a camera facing the attic entrance. The first night, nothing happened. The second night, the footage showed the ladder slowly descending on its own at midnight. The third night, the camera stopped recording at exactly midnight. When I checked the footage in the morning, the last frame showed what looked like a hand reaching down from the attic, long fingers, pale skin stretched too tight over bone. That same day, I found my personal journals in the attic, arranged in a neat row. They were copies of my actual journals, which remained safely locked in my desk drawer. But these copies contained additional entries I'd never written, describing dreams I'd never had and thoughts I'd never thought. The handwriting matched mine perfectly. I decided to seal the entrance. I nailed plywood over the opening, then covered it with plaster and paint until no trace remained. For 2 days, nothing happened. On the third morning, I woke to find a new door in my hallway wall, a small wooden door with an ornate brass handle. It wasn't the attic entrance, but something new, something worse. I didn't open it. Instead, I packed a bag and left. I drove until the sun set, checked into a motel, and fell into an exhausted sleep. I dreamed of returning home to find my house filled with doors and walls, floors, ceilings, all leading to the same expanding space above. A knock at my motel room door woke me. The clock by the bed showed it was the middle of the night. Through the peephole I saw nothing but darkness. The knocking continued, growing more insistent. Then it stopped, replaced by a soft scratching sound. When morning came, I found a folded piece of paper had been slipped under my door. Inside was a drawing of my motel room, rendered in the same style as the notebook in the attic. In the drawing, a figure stood in the corner of the room, a silhouette with no features except for a wide smile. In the actual corner, there was nothing. I returned home eventually. I had nowhere else to go. The door in the hallway was gone, the walls smooth as if nothing had ever been there. The attic entrance remained sealed. For a moment, I believed it might be over. Then I noticed the basement door standing ajar. Strange, I'd never had a basement. I descended the unfamiliar stairs, each step taking me deeper underground than my house's foundation should allow. The air grew cold. That familiar sweetrot smell returned, stronger than ever. At the bottom, I found a large room with concrete walls. In the center stood a table with a single item, a small model of my house, perfect in every detail, right down to the tiny shingles on the roof. I leaned closer and noticed the model had cutaway walls, revealing rooms inside. There was a miniature version of me, standing in a miniature basement, looking at a miniature model of a house. I reached out to touch it, but stopped when I noticed movement. The tiny figure of me was moving independently, mimicking my actions with perfect precision. I raised my hand, it raised its hand. I stepped back, it stepped back. I fled upstairs, slammed the basement door, and braced it shut with a chair. From beyond the door came a sound like laughter, but too rhythmic, too measured to be human. That night, lying awake in bed, I realized the truth. My house was never just a house. The The spaces that shouldn't exist, they were always there, waiting, not for anyone, but specifically for me. The attic, the basement, the door in the hallway, they existed because I noticed them. They grew stronger because I acknowledged them. And now they're noticing me back. The walls of my bedroom feel different under my fingertips, slightly soft, almost like skin. When I press my ear against them, I can hear something like a heartbeat. My house is alive, or something alive has replaced my house, wearing it like a disguise that no longer needs to be perfect. I write this as a warning, though I know no one will believe me. Reality isn't as solid as we think. Sometimes the architecture shifts when we're not looking. Sometimes new rooms appear. And sometimes those rooms were waiting for us all along. Last night I woke to find myself not in my bed, but standing in the attic that still shouldn't exist. The notebook lay open before me. In it, written in my handwriting, was this exact account, word for word, including what I'm writing at this very moment. And after these words, it continues. Story 2, I saw him standing by the fence, barefoot in the overgrown grass. He was small, no older than 6, wearing clothes that looked decades out of place. My stomach twisted as I stepped onto the porch. The scent of wet earth filled the air. "Are your parents around?" I asked. The child tilted his head, smiled. "I live here," he said. "I always have." His words hung in the space between us, making the air feel thick and unbreathable. I'd only moved into this house a week ago, and I was certain no child lived here. My realtor had been specific about the property being vacant for years before my purchase. "What's your name?" I asked, stepping closer to the edge of the porch. The child's smile widened. "You know my name," he replied, his voice gentle yet somehow hollow. "Just like I know yours, Emily." I froze. My name wasn't on any visible mail. The mailbox was empty, my packages delivered to a neighbor until I properly settled in. No one in the neighborhood knew me yet. "How do you know my name?" I demanded, my voice catching. The child only hummed softly, a melody that seemed vaguely familiar yet impossible to place. He turned away, walking toward the back corner of the yard where an ancient oak tree cast long shadows across the grass. Against my better judgment, I followed him. The grass felt damp beneath my feet despite the lack of rain. Each step left behind a dark impression that seemed to linger longer than it should have. As I approached the tree, the child was nowhere to be seen. But there, carved into the bark of the oak, I saw my name, not freshly cut, but weathered, the edges of the letters smooth with age. And beneath it, a date, my birthday, etched into wood that had grown around the carving, suggesting it had been there for decades. I ran my fingers over the letters, feeling the grooves beneath my skin. A chill ran through me as I realized the carving was at child height, as if made by small hands. That night I couldn't sleep. The house creaked and settled in ways that seemed deliberate, rhythmic. I convinced myself it was just an old house expressing itself, but every noise drew my attention to the window overlooking the backyard. The next morning I found small, muddy footprints tracking across my kitchen floor. They led to the refrigerator, where a child's drawing was now attached with a magnet I didn't own. The crude crayon picture showed 2 figures, one tall, one small, standing hand in hand beneath what appeared to be the oak tree. I tore the drawing down, crumpled it, and threw it in the trash. My hands shook as I wiped away the footprints with a damp cloth. I needed answers. I decided to speak with my neighbors, starting with the elderly woman whose house bordered mine. She greeted me with a warmth that seemed forced once I mentioned my address. "That house," she said, her smile fading, "it has a history." She invited me in, offering tea I didn't want but accepted anyway. Her living room walls were covered with photographs spanning decades. In one faded picture, I spotted my house in the background, looking much the same as it did now. "A family lived there long ago," she explained, her finger tracing the edge of her teacup. "They had a son, a quiet boy who kept to himself. The parents were difficult people." She paused, watching me with an intensity that made me uncomfortable. "What happened to them?" I asked. "The boy went missing first. The parents reported it, but some said they seemed relieved. The search went on for weeks. They found nothing, not even a trace." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Then the parents vanished too, left everything behind. Some say they couldn't bear the memories. Others believe something else happened." I felt cold despite the warmth of the tea between my palms. When was this? She looked at me oddly. "Why, it was a long time ago, before I moved here. But people remember. The boy loved to draw, they say, left his pictures everywhere." That night I dreamed of digging in my backyard. In the dream, my hands clawed through the soil until my fingernails broke and bled. I kept digging, driven by a compulsion I couldn't understand, until I touched something solid, something small. I woke gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. Dawn light filtered through my curtains, and I could hear that humming again, the same melody the child had hummed in the yard. It seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. I dressed quickly and went outside. The morning air was cool against my skin, but even in the early light, I could see that something was different about the yard. The grass around the oak tree appeared disturbed, as if recently turned over. As I approached, I noticed a small hole near the base of the tree. It wasn't large, maybe the work of an animal, but beside it lay a toy soldier, its paint chipped and faded. I picked it up, turning it over in my palm. It was heavy, made of metal rather than plastic, the kind they stopped making decades ago. I returned inside, placing the soldier on my kitchen counter. Throughout the day, I found myself glancing at it, half expecting it to move. When evening came, I realized it was facing a different direction, its tiny painted eyes now seeming to stare directly at me. That night, I heard scratching inside the walls, soft at first, then more insistent. I told myself it was mice, but the sound followed me from room to room. When I pressed my ear against the wall, the scratching stopped, replaced by what sounded like whispered words too faint to make out. I pulled away from the wall and saw a small handprint appear on the surface, as if pressed from the other side. It faded before my eyes, leaving no trace. Sleep eluded me. I sat in my living room, lights on, waiting for dawn. In the silence, I heard what sounded like footsteps on the porch. When I checked, I found nothing except a small pile of dirt on the welcome mat. The following day, I began to search the house systematically. I examined every corner, every closet, looking for hidden spaces or signs of the child. In the basement, I found a door I hadn't noticed before, small, almost like a cupboard, built into the wall behind the stairs. It was locked, but the wood around the latch was soft with age. I broke it open with a screwdriver, revealing a narrow crawl space. The beam of my flashlight illuminated walls covered with drawings, countless pictures of the house, the tree, and two figures, always together. In the center of the space lay a small, child-sized mattress, yellowed with age. Beside it, a box of crayons and a stack of paper, as if waiting to be used. My hands trembled as I picked up the top sheet of paper. The drawing showed my bedroom, detailed down to the pattern on my curtains I had only hung yesterday. And there, in the bed, was a figure with its eyes open wide, watching a small shadow in the corner of the room. I backed out of the crawl space, heart pounding. As I turned to flee upstairs, I saw him, the child, standing at the bottom of the basement steps. He looked solid in the dim light, more present than before. "You found my room," he said, his voice echoing strangely. "Are you going to stay with me now?" I shook my head, unable to speak. He took a step toward me, and I noticed something odd. His feet left no impressions in the dust coating the concrete floor. "Everyone leaves," he said, his voice taking on a hollow quality, "but the house remembers, the ground remembers." He pointed to the dirt floor visible beneath the broken edge of the concrete. "I showed you where to dig, did you see?" I backed away until I hit the wall. "What do you want from me?" "Company," he replied simply. "Someone to stay, someone to join me." His form seemed to flicker like a television with poor reception. The others tried to leave, they never really left. That night I packed a bag. I couldn't stay another night in that house, regardless of my investment or the difficulty of explaining my sudden departure. As I threw clothes into a suitcase, I heard the humming again, louder than before, coming from every direction at once. The lights flickered, then went out completely. In the darkness, I felt a small, cold hand slip into mine. I pulled away, stumbling toward what I hoped was the direction of the door. "You can't leave," the child's voice came from behind me. "No one ever really leaves." I made it to my car, threw my bag in the backseat, and drove. I didn't look back at the house, but in my rearview mirror, I could see a small figure standing in the middle of the road, growing smaller as I drove away. I stayed at a motel that night, unable to sleep, jumping at every sound. When I finally drifted off near dawn, I dreamed of digging again. This time I wasn't alone. Small hands helped me, scooping away dirt with efficient movements. When I woke, there was soil beneath my fingernails. I told myself I wouldn't go back. I would contact a realtor, sell the house without ever setting foot in it again. But something pulled at me, a nagging sensation that I'd left something unfinished. 3 days later, I returned. The house looked peaceful in the afternoon sun, betraying nothing of what I'd experienced. I intended only to collect more of my belongings, to empty the house of anything personal before putting it on the market. The backyard drew me first. The oak tree stood silent sentinel, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. The ground around it appeared undisturbed, with no sign of the hole I'd seen before. Something compelled me to kneel by the tree. My fingers dug into the soil without conscious thought, as if they knew exactly where to search. The earth gave way easily, almost eagerly. I uncovered a small box, its metal surface corroded with age. Inside, I found a journal bound in faded leather, its pages brittle and yellow. The handwriting inside was childish but legible, detailing the daily thoughts of a boy who felt unwanted, invisible to his parents except when they were angry. The final entry described a hiding place, a secret room where he could escape when things got bad. He wrote of how he wished for a friend, someone who would see him, play with him, stay with him forever. The last page contained only a single sentence: "I'll wait for you." As I closed the journal, I heard the humming again. I turned to see the child standing behind me, more solid than ever before. His eyes met mine, and for the first time I noticed they held no light, no reflection. "Now you know," he said, "now you understand." I nodded slowly, something shifting inside me. "You were lonely." "I am lonely," he corrected. "Always am, always will be." He extended his small hand toward me. "Stay with me. No one else will find you here. No one else will bother us." I looked at his hand, then back at the house. Something about it seemed different now, as if it had always been waiting for me, as if I had always been meant to find it in him. "What's your name?" I asked again. His smile widened. "You know my name," he repeated. "You've always known." And suddenly I did know. I knew his name as surely as I knew my own. I knew the feeling of being forgotten, of being invisible. I knew the comfort of hidden places and the solace of created worlds. I placed my hand in his. His fingers were cold but solid, wrapping around mine with surprising strength. "I'll stay," I said, the words feeling right as they left my lips. "I'll stay with you." His smile grew wider, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp, but I wasn't afraid anymore. Something about his loneliness called to mine, bridging decades of separation. I still live in this house. I tend the garden and clean the rooms. Sometimes neighbors see me through the windows and wave. I wave back, but they never come to visit. Perhaps they sense something different about me now, something changed. At night, the child and I draw pictures together. We hang them on the walls, adding to his collection. Sometimes I write in his journal, continuing the story he began so long ago. And sometimes, when the weather is nice, we go out to the oak tree and dig together, making the hole a little wider, a little deeper, big enough for anyone new who might come to stay. After all, this house has always needed a family, and now it finally has one. Story 3. I was flipping through an old photo album when my breath caught. It was a picture of me, same face, same clothes, sitting in a living room I didn't recognize. The couch, the curtains, the furniture, none of it was mine. The air smelled like aged paper and something faintly metallic. My fingers trembled as I flipped it over. Written on the back in my own handwriting were 3 words, "Don't go back." My heart raced as I stared at the warning, back where I had never been in that house before. The photograph was recent. I recognized the sweater I wore, a gift from last winter, but the setting was entirely foreign to me. I closed the album and pushed it away, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Perhaps it was a clever Photoshop, a prank from a friend with too much time on their hands. Yet the paper felt authentic, aged at the edges like the other photos in the album. And that handwriting, the slight curve of my Y's, the way my T's always leaned slightly to the right, was unmistakably mine. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned, my mind racing with possibilities. When morning came, I pulled the album onto my lap again, half expecting the photo to have vanished. But there it was, unchanged, me in a stranger's living room with my own warning scrawled on the back. I decided to document this anomaly. Using my phone, I took pictures of both sides of the photograph. When I reviewed them later, my skin prickled with goosebumps. In my phone's gallery, the image showed only an empty living room, no sign of me sitting there. But the physical photo in my hands still displayed me clearly, perched on the edge of an unfamiliar couch. That night I dreamed of hallways that stretched and contracted, of doors that led nowhere and everywhere at once. I woke to the sound of whispering coming from my kitchen. When I investigated, I found my radio turning itself on, static punctuated by fragments of sentences that made no sense. The next day, I showed the photograph to my closest friend. She stared at it, her brow furrowed. "This is just a blank piece of paper," she said, handing it back to me. But I could see it clearly, me, the room, every detail intact. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. I started keeping a journal, documenting every strange occurrence. The tap water that smelled of roses one morning, the shadow on my wall that seemed to move against the light, the persistent feeling that someone was watching me from just outside my peripheral vision. One evening, while writing in my journal, I noticed something odd about my reflection in the window. It moved a fraction of a second after I did, as if it were following me rather than mirroring my movements. I approached the window and pressed my palm against the glass. My reflection did the same, but I could have sworn I felt warmth emanating from where our hands met. That night I dreamed of the house from the photograph. I wandered its halls, touching walls that vibrated under my fingertips. Each room was filled with furniture I recognized from the photo, but distorted somehow, chairs with too many legs, tables that seemed to breathe. In the dream, I knew I was searching for something, but I couldn't remember what. I woke to find dirt under my fingernails and the faint scent of unfamiliar flowers clinging to my clothes. The entries in my journal became increasingly frantic. I recorded how the photographs in my apartment began to change in subtle ways. A picture of my mother now showed her with her eyes closed when I was certain they had been opened before. A vacation snapshot now included a figure standing in the background that hadn't been there yesterday. I started to notice patterns in the anomalies. They intensified when I was alone, when the light was dim, when I focused too hard on them. It was as if reality itself was responding to my attention. One night I found myself driving aimlessly through residential neighborhoods, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I didn't know what I was looking for until I saw a house that matched the one from the photograph. Same blue shutters, same stone pathway leading to the front door, same crooked maple tree in the yard. I parked across the street and watched the house for what felt like hours. No lights came on, no movement in the windows. It looked abandoned, yet perfectly maintained, as if it existed in a state of suspended animation. Against my better judgment, against the explicit warning on the back of the photograph, I approached the house. The front door was unlocked. It swung open at my touch, revealing a darkened hallway that smelled of dust and something else, something sweet and cloying. My footsteps echoed as I moved through the house, my phone's flashlight casting long shadows on the walls. Everything was exactly as it appeared in the photograph: the couch, the curtains, the coffee table with a single mug placed precisely in its center. The mug was still warm to the touch. I sat down on the couch in the exact spot where I had been sitting in the photograph. The cushion felt as if it had been recently occupied, the fabric still holding the impression of a body, my body. That's when I heard a soft clicking sound coming from the next room, like a camera shutter, click, click, click. I froze, unable to move, as the sound grew closer. The air in the room began to shift and ripple, as if reality itself was becoming unstable. The walls seemed to pulse, matching the rhythm of my heartbeat. A figure stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the darkness. I couldn't see a face, but I knew with bone-deep certainty that it was me. Another version of me, holding a camera aimed directly at where I sat. "Don't move," the figure said in my voice. "I need to remember this." The camera flashed, momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, the figure was gone. but on the coffee table lay a photograph still developing. As the image appeared, my blood ran cold. It was a picture of the couch empty, as if I had never been there at all. I ran from the house, the photograph clutched in my trembling hand. Back in my car, I examined it under the dome light. The back was blank, no warning written there, not yet. My reflection in the rearview mirror seemed wrong somehow, delayed, as if it were waiting for me to look away before moving on its own. Since that night, reality has become increasingly fluid. Photographs change when I'm not looking at them. Mirrors show rooms I've never been in. Sometimes I hear the click of a camera shutter when I'm alone in my apartment. Last night I found myself back at that house without any memory of how I got there. I was sitting on the couch, a pen in my hand, writing on the back of a photograph. My hand moved of its own accord, forming the words, "Don't go back." I don't know who I'm writing the warning for. Perhaps it's for a past version of myself, caught in this loop I can't seem to escape. Or perhaps it's for a future me, who will one day flip through an old photo album and find a picture that shouldn't exist. All I know is that something is watching me through the lens of reality, capturing moments that haven't happened yet and memories that never were. And each time I try to make sense of it, the boundaries between what's real and what's merely photographed grow thinner. The album sits on my coffee table now. I'm afraid to open it, afraid of what new impossibilities I might find inside. Yet I know I will. We all revisit our memories, even the ones that can't possibly be ours. If you're reading this and you find a photograph of yourself in a place you've never been, take my advice. Don't go back. But we both know you will. Story 4, the house had been abandoned for years, its windows boarded up, its floors covered in dust. But when I walked past the second floor, I heard it, a voice, soft, murmuring, coming from behind a door that shouldn't be locked. The air smelled stale, thick with the scent of old fabric and damp wood. My pulse pounded as I pressed my ear to the wood. The whispering stopped, and then from the other side something knocked. One knock, deliberate, not the random settling of an old house or a branch against a window. This was intentional, a response to my presence. I pulled back, my skin prickling with goosebumps. The hallway stretched behind me, shadows collecting in the corners where the pale winter light couldn't reach. I had come to photograph abandoned places for my collection, carrying only my camera bag and a flashlight. Nothing in my research mentioned this wing of the building being inaccessible. "Hello," my voice sounded thin, absorbed quickly by the dense air. "Is someone in there?" The whispering resumed, but now it carried a rhythm, almost like a chant or a song in a language I couldn't recognize. The words twisted together, flowing under the door like tendrils of smoke. I knelt down, pointing my flashlight at the keyhole. The beam disappeared into blackness, revealing nothing. I fumbled for my phone, switching on the recording app. If I couldn't see what was happening, at least I could document it. The screen glowed blue in the dim hallway as I held it near the door. "I'm recording this," I announced, uncertainty making my voice waver. "If someone's playing a joke, it's not funny." The whispering stopped again. The recording continued, seconds turning into a full minute of silence. When I played it back, my blood ran cold. My announcement was clear. "I'm recording this. If someone's playing a joke, it's not funny." But after my voice faded, another voice answered a voice I hadn't heard while recording. "We've been waiting for you to notice." I nearly dropped the phone, backing away from the door. The rational part of my mind insisted there must be an explanation sound traveling through the old house, perhaps another visitor playing tricks. Yet the dread pooling in my stomach suggested otherwise. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that whispered message, "We've been waiting for you to notice." The next morning I returned with tools, a small crowbar, a screwdriver, a hammer. The locked door had become an obsession overnight, a mystery that demanded resolution. The house seemed different in the morning light. Dust motes danced in sunbeams that penetrated between the boards on the windows, giving the abandoned corridors an almost peaceful quality. But when I reached the second floor, my steps slowed. Something had changed. The locked door, stood slightly ajar. I froze, my tools suddenly heavy in my hand. I hadn't brought the key. I hadn't forced it open. Yet there it was, inviting me in with its narrow, dark opening. A breeze seemed to emanate from within, carrying that same musty smell, but now tinged with something sweet and cloying. I pushed the door wider with the crowbar, unwilling to touch it with my bare hands. The room beyond was empty. No furniture, no source for the whispers, just bare floorboards and peeling wallpaper. At the center of the room, something caught my eye, a small rectangular object. A cassette tape, old and dusty, but clearly not abandoned for as long as the house. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. No label, no markings, just a standard recordable tape that seemed out of place in this empty room. I slipped it into my pocket, feeling its weight like a stone. That evening I found an old tape player in a second-hand store. My hands trembled as I inserted the cassette. The player hummed to life and static filled my small apartment. Then a voice emerged from the noise, my voice. "Hello, is someone in there?" My blood turned to ice. I had never recorded those words on a tape. I had spoken them yesterday in that hallway. The recording continued, playing back my entire visit to the door. Every word, every shuffle of my feet on the dusty floor, even the sound of my breathing. Then came new sounds, footsteps, heavy, deliberate steps that approached the recorder. The microphone picked up what sounded like breathing, close and intimate. Then a whisper, "We found you now." The tape ended with a click. The lights in my apartment flickered. From the corner of my eye, I noticed movement in the hallway mirror, a shadow that didn't match my position. When I turned to look directly, nothing was there. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I researched the history of the abandoned house. Local archives revealed little. It had been a private residence, then briefly a boarding house before being condemned. Nothing sinister, nothing unexplained. In my bathroom mirror the next morning, I noticed something strange, a small dark mark on my neck, like a bruise. When I touched it, the skin felt unnaturally cold. Throughout the day, I found myself drawn to reflective surfaces, checking for that shadow I'd glimpsed the night before. My phone rang that afternoon. The screen showed no number, just unknown caller. Against my better judgment, I answered. Static filled my ear, then that same whispering voice, now clearly audible, "Return what you've taken." The line went dead. I looked at the cassette tape sitting on my desk. It seemed to vibrate slightly, though that might have been my imagination. I decided to go back one last time, to return the tape and end whatever was happening. The house looked forbidding as darkness fell. The boards over the windows seemed to have shifted, creating gaps like grinning teeth. Inside, the air felt heavy, resistant, as if the house itself didn't want me there. My flashlight beam wavered, growing dimmer with each step up the stairs. The second-floor hallway stretched before me, the locked door now standing fully open. Darkness pulsed from within the room, darker than the surrounding shadows. My flashlight beam couldn't penetrate it. I approached slowly, the tape held out before me like an offering. "I'm returning it," I called, my voice echoing strangely. "I'm giving it back." No response came, but the darkness in the doorway seemed to deepen, to reach toward me. My flashlight flickered and died. In the sudden blackness, I felt something brush against my hand, taking the tape. Not fingers, but something cold and rough, like old paper. A whisper came from directly beside my ear. "It's too late for that." I ran through the dark hallway, down the stairs, out into the night air. Behind me, the house stood silent, revealing nothing, but the whispers followed me home. There with me now, in the walls of my apartment, in the static between radio stations, in the white noise of running water, always just below the threshold of comprehension, but growing clearer each day. The mark on my neck has spread, a web of dark lines like ink beneath my skin. My reflection doesn't always move when I do. Sometimes it watches me, head tilted slightly, eyes unblinking. I've tried moving to a new apartment. The whispers followed. I've tried destroying the tape player. A new one appeared on my kitchen counter the next morning. Last night I woke to find my phone recording by itself. When I played it back, my sleeping breaths were interrupted by that voice, clearer than ever. "Soon you'll understand what it means to be noticed. Soon you'll join the whispering." I don't have much time left. The voice is inside my head now, teaching me its language. My throat aches from whispering words I don't understand. And sometimes when I walk past a closed door, I feel an irresistible urge to press my lips against the wood and whisper to whoever might be listening on the other side, to invite them to notice, to invite them in. If you hear whispering behind a locked door, walk away. Don't listen. Don't record it. Don't take what isn't yours. Because now I understand the truth. The whispering isn't trapped behind the door. We are. Story 5, I had never seen it before. The basement was unfinished, just bare concrete walls and a washing machine. But tonight, as I carried a load of laundry downstairs, my foot caught on something. A hole, narrow, descending deep into the earth, lined with bricks that looked far older than the house itself. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of soil and something bitter, and far below I heard footsteps. At first I convinced myself it was just the house settling. Old houses make strange noises, especially at night. But as I stood there, laundry basket pressed against my hip, the sound came again, a deliberate rhythm, like someone pacing back and forth. I placed the basket on the floor and knelt beside the opening. The light from the single bulb hanging above barely reached inside, creating a column of dim visibility that disappeared into blackness. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding small and foolish even to my own ears. The footsteps stopped. Then, after a moment of silence that stretched my nerves thin, they resumed, slower now, more deliberate, and they were coming closer. I backed away, nearly tripping over the laundry basket. The sensible part of my brain told me to go upstairs, call someone, perhaps the previous homeowner, ask about the tunnel I'd somehow missed during multiple visits to the basement. But something kept me rooted in place, a morbid curiosity that felt almost like recognition. The next morning I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Stress from the move, perhaps. But when I went downstairs to retrieve my forgotten laundry, the hole was still there. In daylight, filtering through the small basement windows, it looked less ominous. Just an odd architectural feature, perhaps an old well or part of a drainage system. I took photos documenting the brickwork. The mortar between the bricks was crumbling, dark with age. When I showed the pictures to a friend who visited that evening, she squinted at my phone screen. What am I looking at? I turned the phone toward me. The photos showed nothing but the concrete floor. The hole was there, though. I could see it with my own eyes as we stood in the basement. She followed my gaze to the spot where I pointed, then looked back at me with concern. Maybe you should get some rest, she suggested gently. The move has been stressful. After she left, I returned to the basement with a flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness of the tunnel, revealing more of the brick lining. I reached out to touch the wall of the tunnel, and the brick felt cool beneath my fingers, then warm, then hot enough that I pulled my hand back with a gasp. The temperature change lingered in my mind as I lay in bed that night, staring at the ceiling. I could hear the wind outside, branches scratching against the window, but underneath those familiar sounds was something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping coming from below. I began keeping a journal. The tunnel had appeared suddenly, and I needed to track every detail, every change. I noted the temperature fluctuations, the sounds, the way the air around the opening seemed to distort slightly when viewed from certain angles. Some mornings, the hole appeared wider than before. Other days, it seemed to have shifted position by a few inches. My friend stopped returning my calls after her visit. I didn't blame her. I knew how I sounded. One evening, as I sat on the basement steps making notes, I heard a voice. Not footsteps this time, but a whisper so faint I had to hold my breath to hear it. It carried up from the tunnel like a breeze, words indistinct but the tone unmistakably urgent. I recorded it on my phone, played it back with the volume turned all the way up. Through the static I heard, "Come see." The next day I tied a rope around my waist and secured it to the washing machine. I packed a backpack with the flashlight, water, and my journal. I told myself I would just look, just take a few steps down to see what was there. Scientific curiosity, nothing more. The brick walls of the tunnel felt wrong against my palms as I began to descend. Not just the temperature, which fluctuated between cool and warm, but the texture. Sometimes smooth, sometimes rough, as if the material itself was changing under my touch. 13 steps down, the last of the light from the basement disappeared above me. My flashlight beam seemed to lose strength, swallowed by the darkness rather than cutting through it. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe, carrying that same bitter scent I'd noticed before, now stronger. 27 steps and the tunnel began to widen. The bricks here were different, darker, older, with strange symbols carved into them that my flashlight beam seemed reluctant to illuminate properly. 42 steps and I realized the rope around my waist was slack. I pulled on it and it came free, the end frayed as if it had been cut or chewed through. Panic rose in my throat, but I forced it down. I could still see the way back up. I would just turn around, climb back up, and figure out what happened to the rope. But as I turned, my flashlight beam revealed that the tunnel behind me had changed. Instead of the straight shaft I had descended, it now curved, leading not up but sideways, deeper into the earth. I froze, my breath coming in short gasps. The walls seemed to pulse around me, and the carvings in the bricks shifted when I wasn't looking directly at them. I felt watched, studied, as if the tunnel itself was conscious and curious about its visitor. From somewhere ahead came the footsteps again, and now I could tell they were barefoot, the soft slap of skin against stone. And between those steps, a dragging sound, something heavy being pulled along. I should have turned back then, should have run, but instead I moved forward, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The air grew warmer, the bitter scent stronger, and I began to recognize it, the smell of old blood, of teeth and claws and hunger. The tunnel opened into a chamber, and my flashlight revealed walls covered in the same symbols I'd seen on the bricks. They seemed to move in the periphery of my vision, rearranging themselves into new patterns each time I blinked. In the center of the chamber stood a figure. It was humanoid, but wrong in ways I struggled to process. Its proportions were stretched, skin pale and translucent, revealing a network of dark veins beneath. Its face was smooth, featureless except for a mouth that stretched too wide, revealing teeth that were simultaneously too many and too sharp. It smiled at me. "You came," it said, its voice the same whisper I'd heard from the tunnel. "I knew you would." I tried to run, but my legs wouldn't move. The figure approached, its movements fluid and wrong, like watching something underwater. It reached out with fingers that were too long, too thin, and touched my face. Its touch was cold, then burning hot. I felt something pass between us, a transfer of energy or essence. The creature's featureless face rippled, and for a moment I saw my own features reflected there. "Perfect," it said, its voice now a perfect match for my own. I woke up in my bed, sunlight streaming through the windows. A dream, I told myself, just a vivid, terrible dream born of stress and imagination. But my shoes were caked with a dark, damp soil, and my journal lay open beside me, filled with writing. I didn't remember pages and pages of those same symbols I'd seen in the tunnel. I went to the basement. The hole was gone, the concrete floor smooth and unbroken. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by doubt. Had I imagined it all? Was I losing my mind? I called my friend, apologizing for my strange behavior. She sounded confused. "What are you talking about? I haven't seen you since before you moved." But she had been here. She had looked at the photos. She had stood in the basement with me. "Hadn't she?" I noticed changes in myself over the next few days. Food tasted wrong. Sounds were too loud or too quiet. My reflection in the mirror seemed slightly off, as if I was looking at a very good but not quite perfect copy of myself. And at night I began to dream of the tunnel again. Only now I was not descending into it. I was climbing up, emerging from its depths into a basement that looked like mine but wasn't quite right, into a house that was almost but not quite my own. Into a life that was almost but not quite mine. The tunnel is gone now, but sometimes when the house is quiet and my mind is drifting towards sleep, I hear footsteps in the basement, my footsteps, and I wonder who lives in this house now, the me who went down into the tunnel or the thing that came back up. And I wonder how many others have basements with holes that appear one night, leading to tunnels lined with ancient bricks. How many others have felt that same curiosity, that same compulsion to descend? How many others have met the creature with the featureless face who now wears their features, lives their lives, while they remain below, becoming the thing in the tunnel, waiting for the next curious visitor? I wonder if somewhere in another house that looks like mine, someone who looks like me is writing these same words. And I wonder if they ever look at their reflection and see, just for a moment, a face that isn't quite human staring back. Story 6. I saw him just as I was about to close the curtains. A man standing outside my window, his face pale, his clothes faded and torn, my stomach twisted. My apartment was on the 7th floor. The air smelled of rain and something sharp like burning wood. My pulse pounded as I took a step back. He didn't move, he didn't blink, but the glass began to fog as if he were breathing against it. I reached for my phone, fumbling with sweat-slick fingers. The screen lit up, casting a blue glow across the room. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but who would believe me? What would I even say? There's a man floating outside my 7th floor window. I took a photo instead, the flash momentarily blinding me. When my vision cleared, he was gone. The fog on the glass remained, a perfect outline of a face pressed against the window. I approached cautiously, phone clutched in my trembling hand. The photo showed nothing but my own reflection, distorted by the flash. I traced my finger along the condensation. It felt cold, unnaturally so, like touching frost in summer. The shape dissipated under my touch, leaving damp streaks on the glass. I closed the curtains with a violent tug and backed away, breathing heavily. That night, sleep evaded me. Every creak of the building, every whisper of wind against the windows made me jolt upright. When dawn finally broke, I convinced myself it had been a hallucination, a trick of light and shadow, perhaps stress from work or that new medication. I went about my day, deliberately avoiding looking out any windows. The routine helped: shower, coffee, work emails, normal things anchoring me to reality. By evening, I had almost forgotten the incident. Until I heard the tapping. At first I thought it was rain, a gentle, rhythmic sound against the glass, but the sky was clear, stars visible through the gap in my curtains. The tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent. With each sound, the lights in my apartment dimmed slightly, as if something was drawing power from them. I sat frozen on my couch, remote control clutched in my hand so tightly my knuckles turned white. The television flickered, static cutting through the program I wasn't watching. Between bursts of noise, I heard something else, a voice, distorted and distant, speaking words I couldn't quite make out. Curiosity overwhelmed fear. I approached the window, drawn by an impulse I couldn't explain. The tapping stopped as I reached for the curtain. My hand hovered, trembling, before I pulled it back. He was there again, closer now, his face almost pressed against the glass, but something was wrong. His features seemed to shift, like wax melting and reforming. His eyes, dark, empty pits, remained fixed on mine. I stumbled backward, knocking over a lamp. The crash echoed through my apartment, but the man didn't react. He simply raised one hand and pressed it against the glass. The window frosted over immediately, spreading from his palm like ink in water. "What do you want?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. The frost formed words, "Let me in." "No," I said louder now. "You're not real. This isn't happening." The frost melted, running down the glass like tears. For a moment, the man's expression seemed almost sad. Then his face contorted into something inhuman, a grotesque parody of sorrow. The glass began to vibrate, a low hum that I felt in my bones rather than heard. I ran to the kitchen, searching for something, anything that might help. My hands found a knife, though what good it would do against something that could hover outside a 7th floor window, I didn't know. When I returned, the man was gone again, but the window remained frosted, the words still visible. That night I slept with the knife beside me. Dreams came in fragments, falling through darkness, a face watching from every reflective surface, glass shattering around me. I woke gasping, dawn light filtering through the curtains I hadn't opened. The frost was gone, the window clear. Relief washed over me until I noticed something on the floor beneath the window, a small puddle of water, as if something had melted there, and beside it, a single wet footprint. I called in sick to work, spent the day researching, typing frantic searches into my laptop. Apparitions outside windows, entities that frost glass, hallucinations that leave physical evidence. Most results were fiction, horror stories that suddenly felt too real. But one forum caught my attention, people sharing similar experiences, describing the same phenomena. One user claimed to have captured their visitor on a recording device. They shared nothing but a sound file, 7 seconds of what seemed like static. I downloaded it, skeptical but desperate for answers. The static filled my apartment when I played it. At first I heard nothing unusual, just white noise. Then beneath the hiss, words formed, "We've always been here." Between the walls, between the windows, between. The recording ended. My laptop screen went black, then flickered back to life. The forum had disappeared, replaced by an error message. When I checked my downloads folder, the sound file was gone. That evening, I covered every reflective surface in my apartment: mirrors, windows, even the glossy screen of my television. I sat in the bathroom, the only room without windows, a flashlight my only illumination. The knife lay beside me, a useless comfort. The tapping started again, not from the windows this time, but from the walls, soft at first, then growing in intensity. It moved around the apartment, circling, drawing closer to the bathroom. The mirror I'd covered with a towel fell, the crash making me scream. The tapping stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard breathing, not my own ragged gasps, but something slower, deeper, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. The bathroom door, which I'd locked, began to rattle on its hinges. "What are you?" I called out, my voice breaking. The rattling stopped, then a whisper, so close it could have been inside my own head. "I am what waits between glimpses. I am what you see when you aren't looking." The bathroom light flickered on, though I hadn't touched the switch. In the mirror I saw not my reflection, but the man. Only now I could see him clearly. His face was mine, but wrong, eyes too wide, smile too sharp, skin too pale. He raised a hand, and I felt my own arm rise against my will. I fought against it, muscles straining. My reflection, the thing wearing my face, smiled wider. The mirror began to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. The surface bulged outward, glass becoming liquid, and a hand emerged, pale, long-fingered, reaching for me. I scrambled backward, knocking over the toilet brush holder. The clatter broke whatever hold it had on me. My arm dropped to my side, my own again. The thing in the mirror snarled, a sound like breaking glass, and the hand retreated. The mirror solidified, showing only my terrified face. I fled the bathroom, ran to the front door. My fingers fumbled with the locks, desperate to escape. But as the door swung open, I froze. Beyond the threshold wasn't the hallway of my apartment building, but a vast, empty space, a void where reality should be. I slammed the door shut, leaning against it, breath coming in short gasps. The wood felt wrong under my palms, too soft, almost pulsing. When I looked down, my hands were sinking into it, the solid door becoming malleable. I pulled away with a cry, stumbling back into the center of my living room. Everything around me began to shift, walls breathing, floors undulating, the fabric of reality thinning, and through that thinning veil I saw them. Not just the man from my window, but countless others, watching, waiting, pressing against the fragile barrier between their world and mine. I understand now, they've always been here in the spaces we don't quite see, in the corner of your eye, in the reflection that moves a fraction too late, in the window that shows what isn't there. I've started documenting everything, writing it down, recording what I can. The entities don't like it, they tap more insistently when I do, make the lights flicker, the air grow cold. But it's important someone knows, someone understands. If you're reading this, they're watching you too. They always have been. You've glimpsed them, I'm sure dismissed them as tricks of light, quirks of perception, but they're real. And once you truly see them, they see you back. The man at my window comes every night now. Sometimes he wears my face, sometimes faces I don't recognize. He no longer asks to be let in. He doesn't need to. The barrier grows thinner each day. This morning I caught my reflection brushing its teeth before I had even picked up my toothbrush. Yesterday I found myself standing at my window, curtains open, with no memory of how I got there. My hands pressed against the glass, which frosted beneath my touch. I'm writing this as a warning. Pay attention to your reflections, to the spaces between heartbeats, to the moments when reality seems to slip just slightly. And whatever you do, don't look too long at the windows after dark. Don't acknowledge the faces that shouldn't be there. Don't let them know you've seen them. Because once you do, they'll never stop watching. And eventually, inevitably, the glass between worlds will break. Then they won't be outside anymore. They'll be right beside you, wearing your face, living your life. And you'll be the one on the other side of the glass, tapping to be let in. Story 7. I was carrying groceries inside when I saw at a door at the end of the hallway where there had only ever been a wall. My breath caught. The paint matched perfectly, as if it had always been there, waiting. The air smelled faintly of lavender and something old, like a place that had been sealed shut for years. My fingers hesitated on the doorknob. The handle was warm, and then from the other side I heard the floor creak. I should have walked away, called someone, anyone, but curiosity pulled at me like an undercurrent, dragging me toward that impossible door. The grocery bag slipped from my fingers, oranges rolling across the hardwood floor, forgotten. "Hello," I called, my voice strangely muffled in the stillness of the hallway. No response came, yet I could feel something shifting behind that door, a presence adjusting itself, becoming aware of me just as I had become aware of it. The doorknob turned easily in my hand, as if eager to be opened. A soft click, and the door swung inward on silent hinges. The room beyond should not have existed. My apartment was on the top floor of the building, with nothing but sky beyond the outer wall. Yet here was a space, perfectly formed, with walls of faded blue wallpaper and a single window that looked out onto a garden I'd never seen before. Dust motes danced in a shaft of sunlight that seemed to come from the wrong direction. "This isn't possible," I whispered, my voice absorbed by the thick air. The room smelled of old books and something else, something metallic and sharp. A writing desk sat in one corner, its surface covered with papers. A bed, neatly made with a patchwork quilt, occupied the other side. Everything looked lived in, used, as if someone had just stepped out momentarily. I entered slowly, my footsteps leaving impressions in the thick carpet. The door clicked shut behind me, and I whirled around, heart pounding. It was still there, still open to my hallway. I released a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The desk drew me forward. The papers were covered in handwriting, tight, small script that looked strangely familiar. I leaned closer, squinting at the words. "I've been watching you for some time now." I jerked back, my spine hitting the wall. The words were in my handwriting, but I had never written them. Page after page, all filled with the same message, over and over. I backed away, bumping into the bed. Something hard pressed against my leg through the quilt. Pulling it back revealed a small leather-bound journal. The cover was warm to the touch, as if recently held. Opening it, I found dated entries. The handwriting was mine, but the dates were wrong. They were from next week, next month, next year. My hands trembled as I read. Day 3, the room expands when I'm not looking. I've measured it. The walls are now 6 inches further apart than yesterday. I don't know where the extra space comes from. Day 7, I found another door today, hidden behind the wardrobe. It leads to a corridor I don't recognize. I'm afraid to go through it. Day 12, the mirror shows someone else sometimes, just for a second, a face behind my face, watching. I snapped the journal closed, my breath coming in short gasps. The room suddenly felt smaller, the walls pressing in. The window, which had shown a garden, now displayed only a featureless gray fog. The light had changed, grown dimmer. How long had I been in here? A noise from the closet made me freeze, a soft scratching like fingernails on wood. I stood paralyzed, watching as the closet door slowly began to open. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice cracking. The scratching stopped abruptly. I forced myself to move, crossing the room in 3 quick strides. I yanked the closet door wide open. Empty, just empty hangers swaying gently, as if disturbed by a breath. But the back wall of the closet seemed wrong, somehow rippling slightly, like the surface of water. I reached out, my fingertips brushing against it. The wall wasn't solid. My hand passed through into a cold, damp space beyond. Something on the other side brushed against my fingers, something that felt like skin. I jerked my hand back with a cry. My fingers were wet, stained with a dark substance that smelled of copper and salt. Blood, my blood. No, it couldn't be. I wasn't injured. I backed away from the closet, wiping my hand frantically on my jeans. The stains spread, darkening the fabric. The journal had fallen to the floor, and now it lay open, pages flipping on their own as if caught in a breeze, though the air was completely still. The pages settled on a new entry, written in red ink that glistened wetly in the fading light. Day 30, it's too late now. The room knows me. It's becoming part of me, or I'm becoming part of it. The walls are inside me now. I can feel them expanding. A sound pulled my attention to the ceiling, a long, low creak of wood under pressure. Fine cracks appeared in the plaster, spreading like spider webs. Dust sifted down, settling on my hair, my shoulders. The window had disappeared entirely now, replaced by a smooth expanse of wall. The door to the hallway was still there, but when I rushed to it, desperate to escape, the handle refused to turn. I rattled it frantically, then pounded on the wood with my fists. "Help!" I screamed, knowing no one would hear. "Please, someone help me." The light bulb overhead flickered, then went out completely. In the sudden darkness, I felt the room shift around me. The floor tilted slightly, objects sliding across surfaces. The air grew thick, difficult to breathe. My phone, I fumbled in my pocket, fingers closing around the familiar shape. The screen cast a weak blue glow across the room as I activated it. No signal, of course, but I could still use the light. I swept the beam around the room, which had transformed in the darkness. The wallpaper now hung in long, tattered strips. The bed was gone, replaced by a pile of rotting blankets. The desk remained, but the papers were now yellowed and brittle. A movement caught my eye, a shadow, detaching itself from the corner of the room. My light couldn't quite capture it. It slipped away, always just beyond the edge of illumination. "Who's there?" I whispered, my throat dry. "What do you want?" The shadow paused as if considering. Then it moved again, flowing across the wall like ink in water. It stopped by the desk, hovering over the journal that still lay open on the floor. I forced myself to approach, keeping the light trained on the shadow. It didn't retreat this time. Instead, it seemed to thicken, condense, taking on a more solid form. The shape was vaguely human, but wrong too tall, too thin, with limbs that bent at impossible angles. And where its face should have been was only a smudge of darkness, deeper than the surrounding shadows. My phone's light began to dim, the battery failing. In the fading glow, I saw the shadow raise what might have been an arm, pointing toward the journal. With trembling hands, I picked it up. New words had appeared on the page, written in a script that was almost, but not quite, my own. We've been waiting for you for so long. Your room is ready now. This isn't my room, I said, my voice barely audible. I don't belong here. The shadow seemed to laugh, though no sound came from it. The walls creaked again, and I felt a subtle shift in the air pressure, as if the room were breathing. My phone died completely, plunging me into absolute darkness. I felt the shadow move closer, its presence cold against my skin. Something touched my shoulder, a hand, but not a hand. Fingers that were too long, too thin, pressing through my clothes. "What do you want from me?" I asked, my voice breaking. The answer came not in words, but in sensations, a flood of images and feelings pouring into my mind. The room expanding endlessly, doors opening onto other doors, mirrors reflecting mirrors, and people, so many people, all walking through hallways that never ended, opening doors that shouldn't exist. All of them looking for a way out. All of them becoming part of the walls. I understood then the room wasn't just a room. It was a trap, a living thing that fed on curiosity and fear, and I had walked right into it. The pressure on my shoulder increased, guiding me toward the closet, toward that rippling wall and whatever waited beyond it. I resisted, digging my heels into the carpet, but the force was inexorable. In desperation, I closed my eyes and concentrated on the memory of my hallway, my apartment, the world I knew. I pictured the grocery bags I'd dropped, the oranges rolling across the floor. I imagined the sound they'd made, the weight of them in my hands. The pressure on my shoulder faltered. I felt a ripple of surprise from the shadow, then anger. The room shuddered around me, the walls groaning. I focused harder, remembering the feel of my keys in my hand, the sound of my front door opening, the absolute certainty that there had never been a door at the end of my hallway. "This isn't real," I said, my voice stronger now. "This room doesn't exist." The shadow hissed, a sound like static electricity. Its grip tightened painfully, nails digging into my flesh. But I kept my eyes closed, kept focusing on what I knew to be true. The floor beneath my feet began to tremble. The air grew thin, whistling past my ears as if being sucked away. The shadow's grip grew desperate, clinging to me as everything began to collapse. "This room doesn't exist," I repeated, louder now. "It never existed." With a sound like tearing fabric, reality split around me. I felt myself falling, then suddenly standing. The shadow's grip vanished. The oppressive weight of the room lifted from my shoulders. I opened my eyes. I was standing in my hallway. The groceries were scattered around my feet, an orange rolling to a stop against the wall. The plain, unbroken wall at the end of the hallway. My heart was pounding, my shirt damp with sweat. Had I imagined it all? a vivid hallucination brought on by stress, lack of sleep. I leaned against the wall, trying to steady my breathing. My fingers brushed against the surface, smooth, solid, no hint of a door. Until I felt it, a slight warmth just beneath the paint, a pulse like a heartbeat, slow and patient. I jerked my hand away. My fingertips were smudged with something dark that hadn't been there before. And though I couldn't see it, I knew the door was still there, waiting, hidden for now, but watching, always watching. I gathered my groceries with shaking hands, ignoring the wall, refusing to look at it directly, but I knew what would happen. Tonight or tomorrow or next week, I would wake up and find a door that hadn't been there before, and this time I might not find my way back. Some doors once noticed can never be unseen. Some rooms once entered never release you completely. Even now, as I write this, I can hear it, the soft creak of floorboards from a room that doesn't exist, getting closer. Story 8, I wiped the steam away, clearing the glass. My reflection stared back, my face tired from the day. But then I saw it, a single handprint pressed against the mirror from the inside. My breath caught. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of soap and something bitter like scorched wood. I reached up, my fingers hovering over the glass. The handprint was warm. Not hot, but warmer than it should be. Warmer than the condensation on the mirror. My own hand hovered over it, fingers spread to match its shape. It was smaller than mine, a child's hand perhaps, or a woman with delicate fingers. I pulled back, convinced I was overthinking a smudge left from cleaning. Yet when I wiped at it with my towel, it remained undisturbed beneath the cloth, as if trapped between layers of reality. I left the bathroom, chalking it up to exhaustion. The autumn wind whistled through the old house, creating drafts that made the curtains dance. I made tea, settled into my reading chair, and tried to forget about the strange mark. That night my dreams were filled with knocking sounds, gentle at first, like fingernails tapping on wood, then growing insistent. I woke to silence and the sense that something in my home had shifted. Morning came with gray light filtering through fog. I performed my usual routine, stepping into the shower, letting hot water cascade over my skin. Steam billowed around me, coating every surface in a fine mist. When I stepped out and wiped the mirror, my heart nearly stopped. Now there were two handprints. Both the same size, pressed against the glass from the inside, as if someone stood behind the mirror, leaning against it. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Condensation patterns, chemical reactions in the glass, my imagination working overtime. I took photos with my phone, documenting the impossible prints before wiping the mirror completely clean with alcohol. I researched mirror phenomena for hours that day, finding nothing but superstitions and ghost stories. I wasn't superstitious. I'd never believed in the paranormal, but when night fell and shadows lengthened across my walls, doubt crept in. I avoided the bathroom mirror, using the small, compact mirror from my drawer instead. The next morning, I steeled myself and entered the bathroom. No shower this time. I placed a kettle on my stove and carried a mug of boiling water into the bathroom, letting the steam rise gradually toward the mirror. As condensation formed, shapes emerged. 3 handprints now, a progression, a pattern. I traced the outline of each print on the mirror with a washable marker, then drained the sink of water and wiped away the steam. The markings remained, showing exactly where the prints appeared. Something inside me shifted from fear to curiosity. I was documenting evidence now. Whatever this was, it was real, and it was happening in my home. That evening, I set up a camera facing the mirror, recording continuously. I watched the footage and fast forward the next morning, seeing nothing but an empty bathroom with a still mirror. Yet when I entered and created steam, 4 handprints appeared, perfectly positioned within my marker outlines with one new addition. The prints were forming a circle. I began speaking to the mirror, asking questions, waiting in the steam-filled room for answers that never came. Only more handprints appearing daily, 5, then 6, then 7. Each morning I documented them, marking their positions, trying to decode their meaning. I noticed changes in my apartment. The air felt thicker, especially near the bathroom. The metal fixtures tarnished more quickly, plants withered, and subtle sounds emerged from behind the walls, not quite scratching, not quite whispering. Something in between that made my skin prickle. After 2 weeks, the circle of handprints was complete, 12 small prints forming a perfect ring in the center of my bathroom mirror. I stood before it that evening, watching my reflection in the spaces between the marks. My face looked wrong somehow, the proportions slightly off, as if I was looking at a close but imperfect copy of myself. I began carrying a notebook, recording every strange occurrence. The bathroom faucet turning lukewarm no matter how far I turned the hot water knob. The subtle discoloration spreading outward from the mirror frame, a yellowish tinge on the formerly white wall. The persistent smell of burnt matchsticks that no amount of cleaning could remove. My sleep fractured into restless segments, punctuated by the sound of tapping. Sometimes at my bedroom window, sometimes at my bedroom door, but when I checked, nothing was ever there. Dark circles formed under my eyes. Friends commented on my pallor, my distraction. I stopped inviting them over. Then came the night everything changed. I woke to the sound of running water, the bathroom sink flowing at full pressure. I never sleepwalked, never left taps running. I approached the bathroom doorway and froze. The mirror was completely fogged despite the cold water running in the sink below it. And in the center of that fog, a hand, not a print, but a 3-dimensional impression pushed outward, the mirror surface bulging as if made of stretched fabric. I should have run. Anyone sane would have fled the house screaming. Instead, I stepped forward, drawn by a compulsion stronger than fear. The bathroom tiles felt like ice beneath my feet. The air smelled of ozone and that now familiar burnt scent. The hand pressed harder against the thinning barrier of the mirror, fingers splayed, pushing, testing. "What do you want?" My voice sounded foreign in the tiled room, absorbed by the thick air. The mirror surface recoiled, the hand withdrawing slightly. Then it pressed forward again, joined by another hand, 2 small hands pushing against reality. The mirror bulged impossibly, defying physics, defying reason. A crack formed at the edge of the frame, a tiny fracture in the glass that spread even as I watched. I backed away then, my courage evaporating. I slammed the bathroom door shut and wedged a chair under the knob. Through the wood I heard a sound like breaking glass, followed by what might have been footsteps on tile. Not the heavy footfalls of an adult, but the lighter patter of small feet. Morning found me huddled in the corner of my living room, awakening from unintended sleep. Sunlight streamed through the windows, unexpectedly bright and normal. I approached the bathroom door slowly, removing the chair, turning the knob with trembling fingers. The mirror hung intact on the wall. No cracks, no handprints, just my own reflection, haggard and confused. The sink was dry. No evidence remained of what I'd experienced or thought I'd experienced. Relief flooded through me, followed immediately by doubt. Had I dreamed the entire episode? I leaned closer to the mirror, examining it for any flaw or sign. My reflection did the same, mirroring my movements perfectly. I pressed my palm against the cool surface of the glass, nothing unusual. I turned to leave, convincing myself that stress and lack of sleep had created an elaborate hallucination. My reflection didn't turn away. I froze 1 foot across the threshold. Slowly, I pivoted back toward the mirror. My reflection stood facing me, but its head was tilted at an angle I wasn't holding. Its eyes blinked when mine were open. A smile spread across its face, a smile I wasn't making. It raised 1 finger to its lips, gesturing for silence, then placed its palm flat against the inside of the mirror. I felt an irresistible compulsion to match the gesture, lifting my hand toward the glass. Our palms met, separated only by the mirror's surface. But this time the glass felt warm and yielding, softening like wax beneath my touch. My fingers sank into the mirror, breaking through the surface tension. Cold air rushed against my skin from the other side. My reflection's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too numerous, too sharp. Its hand clasped mine in a grip both childlike and incredibly strong, pulling me forward. I resist now, trying to wrench away, but my arm is submerged to the elbow, the mirror's surface flowing around my skin like mercury. My reflection speaks, its mouth forming words I can't hear but somehow understand. Your turn to be the reflection. The glass crawls up my arm like a living thing. I scream, but the sound seems distant, as if already coming from the other side of the mirror. The bathroom light flickers. In that moment of darkness, I feel a presence slip past me, using my arm as a bridge between worlds. When the light stabilizes, I stand with my hand pressed against solid glass once more. My reflection copies my terrified expression perfectly. Everything appears normal, except for the lingering smell of burnt matches and the slight distortion in the mirror's surface, a handprint pressed outward, my handprint, from inside the glass. I back away from the mirror, watching my reflection do the same. I raise my hand to run it through my hair. My reflection raises its hand a fraction of a second too late. I live with careful precision now. I move deliberately, watching my reflection for mistakes. Sometimes I make sudden movements, hoping to catch it unprepared. Sometimes, when I'm very quick, I see it falter, its smile slipping momentarily before it recovers. I've covered most mirrors in my home, but not the bathroom one. That one I leave uncovered, a constant reminder. Each morning I check for handprints in the steam. There are none now, there's no need for them anymore. After all, something already came through. And sometimes, in the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of myself watching me from reflective surfaces, my true self, trapped on the other side, pressing desperate hands against every mirrored surface it can find, trying to warn the people who live with what used to be me. Story 9. I had only lived here for a few months when the knock came. A man stood on my porch, his face calm, his hands folded neatly in front of him. "I used to live here," he said. My stomach tightened. Oh, I forced a smile. A long time ago, the air smelled of wet leaves and something metallic. He shook his head. "No," he whispered, stepping closer. "I never left." A chill ran through me as I gripped the door frame. Something in his eyes seemed familiar, yet distant, like staring at your reflection in water that someone else has disturbed. I should have closed the door. I should have called someone. Instead, I heard myself asking, "Would you like to come in?" He stepped inside without waiting for me to move aside, his shoulder brushing mine with an unnatural coldness. As he passed, the scent of damp soil clung to him, earthy and wrong for someone whose clothes appeared perfectly dry. "You've changed things," he said, walking through my living room, running his fingers along the spines of books I'd arranged on shelves that came with the house. The bookcase used to be against the other wall. His fingers paused on a vintage collection of short stories I'd found in the attic. This was mine. "That's impossible," I said, following at a distance. "Those books were here when I moved in." He turned to me with a slight smile. "Yes, they were." My cat, normally friendly to visitors, arched her back and retreated beneath the couch, her eyes fixed on the stranger. The lights in the hallway dimmed momentarily, though I hadn't touched the switch. "Would you like some water?" I asked, desperate for normality, for something to do with my hands. Without answering, he walked toward my kitchen, navigating the turns of my home without hesitation. In the kitchen, he opened the cabinet where I kept glasses, the cabinet I had reorganized just yesterday. He reached for the back corner of the top shelf, precisely where I had moved my favorite mug. "You always did prefer the blue one," he said. I hadn't told him that. I hadn't shown him which cabinet held what. My fingers tingled as I watched him fill the glass from the tap, turning the handle exactly how I did not quite all the way to prevent the splash. "How did you know where?" "The wall behind your refrigerator," he interrupted, taking a small sip. "Have you noticed it yet, the discoloration?" My blood went cold. I had noticed it 2 nights ago when retrieving a fallen spoon. A darker patch of wall, slightly damp to the touch, though no pipes ran behind it. "It started small," he continued. "Just a speck at first. I thought it was nothing." A faint humming sound emerged from somewhere inside the house, not mechanical, but almost vocal, like someone sustaining a note just beyond hearing range. I'd been hearing it for weeks, usually at night, but had blamed the heating system. "What do you want?" I asked, my voice steadier than I felt. "To warn you, perhaps." He placed the glass down, perfectly centered on the counter, or maybe just to visit. He walked past me toward the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I followed, noticing how the floorboards didn't creak beneath his feet the way they always did under mine. My bedroom door stood slightly ajar. I never left it open. "You sleep on the wrong side," he said, gesturing to my unmade bed. "The right side gets colder at night. You've noticed, haven't you?" I had. Every night I would wake up shivering, no matter how many blankets I used, always on the right side of the bed. "Who are you?" I whispered. He walked to my closet, opening it without permission. Inside, behind my hanging clothes, was the small door I had discovered last week, a storage space I had assumed, though I hadn't yet explored it. The stranger placed his palm flat against it. "Some doors shouldn't be opened," he said. "Some spaces want to remain empty." "I don't understand." "The house remembers what happens inside it. The walls absorb it. The floors record it." He turned to face me. "Did you know this house was built on a foundation that existed before? They just built over it, never removed what was beneath." The humming grew louder, vibrating through the walls. My cell phone, sitting on the nightstand, lit up with notifications, though no sound came from it. When I glanced at the screen, the battery drained completely before my eyes. "Sometimes I would wake up with dirt under my fingernails," the stranger continued. "No matter how many times I washed my hands before bed, the same will happen to you if you stay." As if responding to his words, I felt an itching sensation beneath my nails. Looking down, I saw thin dark lines of what looked like soil rimming my fingertips, though I hadn't gardened in weeks. The stranger walked back toward the hallway, and I noticed something I hadn't before: the slight transparency of his heels, as though the hardwood floor was visible through them. My mind rejected the observation immediately, rationalizing it as a trick of the light. In the hall, he stopped at the thermostat. It never stays at the temperature you set it to, does it? He was right. The house was perpetually cold in some rooms, uncomfortably warm in others, regardless of settings. "The basement," he said softly. "Have you been down there yet?" I shook my head. The door to the basement remained locked since my arrival, the key missing. The landlord had promised to drop one off, but never did. I hadn't pushed the issue, feeling an inexplicable reluctance to enter that space. The stranger reached into his pocket and withdrew a tarnished brass key. "Would you like to see?" My mouth went dry. "Where did you get that?" "I told you I never left." The key looked ancient, its teeth worn from use. He held it out to me, and against every instinct I reached for it. As our fingers met, his hand was solid but wrong, like touching something that gave the appearance of flesh but consisted of something else entirely. He led me to the basement door, inserting the key before I could reconsider. The lock turned with a deep, reluctant groan, as if awakening from sleep. The door swung inward, revealing a darkness so complete it seemed to leak out into the hallway. "After you," he said. My feet moved forward without conscious permission. The first step creaked beneath my weight. The second step felt damp. The air grew dense with the scent of wet soil and decay. "I used to count the steps," the stranger said from behind me. 19, but sometimes when the house was in a certain mood, there would be 20. I counted silently as I descended. 13, 14, 15. Something brushed against my face, a cobweb, I told myself, though it felt more like fingers. 18, 19. My foot found another step when there shouldn't have been one. 20. At the bottom, darkness enveloped me completely. The stranger hadn't followed with any light source, yet somehow I could perceive the outline of the room, the rough stone walls, the dirt floor. "Do you feel it?" His voice came from directly behind me now. "The house breathes. Listen." In the silence, I heard it, a slow, rhythmic sound, like expanding and contracting lungs, emerging from the very foundation. The dirt floor seemed to rise and fall slightly with each cycle. "What is this place?" I whispered. "Home," he said simply. "My home, your home, our home." My eyes adjusted further to reveal crude drawings on the stone walls, symbols I didn't recognize, spirals that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. "I made those," the stranger said, "to keep it contained, to give it somewhere to focus." "Keep what contained?" Instead of answering, he knelt and pressed his palm against the dirt floor. The previous owners poured concrete, but it cracked. They laid tile, but it buckled. They installed wood, but it rotted, always back to dirt. The house prefers it that way. As if responding to his touch, the soil beneath his hand shifted slightly, forming a small depression. "Put your hand here," he instructed. Every rational part of me screamed to run, to climb the stairs and never return. Instead, I knelt beside him and pressed my palm to the cool earth. The soil was vibrating, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the breathing sounds. Beneath my touch, something pushed back gentle but unmistakable pressure from below. I yanked my hand away. What was that? The house acknowledging you, he said. It knows you now. When I looked at my palm, it was stained with dirt that seemed to move, to writhe slightly before settling into the lines of my skin. You won't be able to wash it all away, he said. I never could. The humming grew louder, resolving into what almost sounded like words in a language I couldn't comprehend. The air became thick, difficult to breathe. Why are you showing me this? I demanded, backing toward the stairs. Because you needed to know, he replied, remaining by the disturbed soil. Because now that you've touched it, you're part of it, part of the house, like me. I can leave, I said. I can move out tomorrow. He smiled sadly. You won't. You'll tell yourself you will. You'll pack boxes, but something will always delay you. A missed appointment, a lost document, car trouble. The house has ways of keeping what belongs to it. I don't belong to it. You chose this place, he said, but it chose you first. It called to you in ways you didn't recognize. The unusually low rent, the perfect layout, the strange sense of familiarity when you first walked through. It's been waiting for someone like you. The breathing sound stopped abruptly, leaving a silence so profound my ears ached. Then, with a low groan, the house settled around us, the walls seeming to contract slightly. It's getting late, the stranger said, moving toward the stairs. You should rest. Things will be clearer in the morning. I followed him up the stairs, counting each one obsessively. 19, just 19 this time. At the top, he closed the basement door, the lock engaging without the key. When he turned to face me, I noticed with dawning horror that his features had changed subtly, his eyes now the same color as mine, his posture mirroring my own habitual stance. Who are you? I asked again. You ask that question as if names still matter, he replied, walking toward the front door, as if we're still separate things. He opened the door to leave, pausing on the threshold. Outside, darkness had fallen completely, though I couldn't recall how much time had passed since his arrival. The dreams will start tonight, he said. Of digging, your fingers will bleed, but you won't stop. Don't fight it. The house needs to show you something. Wait, I called as he stepped onto the porch. How do I make it stop? He turned back, his face now so similar to mine it was like looking into a distorted mirror. You don't, he said. You become like me. You warn the next person. And maybe, if you're lucky, one day you'll find someone who knows how to finish what's beneath the house, someone who can set us both free. With that, he walked into the darkness beyond my porch light. I rushed to follow, questions burning in my throat, but when I reached the yard, he was gone, no footprints in the damp soil, no sign he had ever been there at all. Back inside, I locked the door with trembling hands. My cat emerged from hiding, rubbing against my legs as if nothing had happened. The lights returned to normal brightness. The humming ceased. I told myself I would leave in the morning. I would call the landlord, break the lease, find somewhere else, anywhere else. But as I readied for bed, I noticed dirt under my fingernails that hadn't been there before. No matter how hard I scrubbed, it wouldn't come clean. And when I finally lay down, exhausted, I found myself on the right side of the bed, the cold side, without consciously choosing it. As sleep took me, I felt the house shift around me, settling its weight, adjusting to my presence. In the space between wakefulness and dreams, I heard the stranger's voice one last time. Welcome home. Story 10. On a hazy afternoon, I set out towards a forsaken quarry on the outskirts of a tranquil town. The expanse before me was vast and empty, filled with a soft, eerie hum as the wind weaved through sharp rocks and hidden crevices. The scent of age-old stone and lingering dampness hung in the air, creating a mysterious dialogue between the quarry and the passage of time. I pondered the enigmatic tales these silent walls had borne witness to as I ventured further into the heart of the quarry. My footsteps reverberated gently against the worn stone paths, stirring up wisps of pale dust that twirled in the subdued light filtering through the cloudy sky above. With each step downward, the air grew cooler, carrying a subtle sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed blooms. Abandoned places had always beckoned me, but this quarry exuded a unique energy, a gentle thrum that seemed to radiate from deep within its core. The towering stone walls, standing like ancient sentinels around me, bore the marks of untold years of human toil, yet now they whispered of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled against one wall, partially obscured by a curtain of climbing vines, stood an old wooden door. Its surface, weathered to a soft gray, appeared remarkably well preserved despite its age. However, what captivated me most was not the door itself, but the rhythmic movement of the vines surrounding it, a slow, almost breathing-like sway that defied the wind. Approaching cautiously, I let my fingers graze the cool stone beside the door. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone akin to freshly turned earth. A subtle shift in the quarry's atmosphere caught my attention. The natural echo of the space seemed to transform, taking on a melodic quality, as if the very stone hummed a tune just beyond the threshold of perception. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, weathered surface where one might have been. Intricate patterns adorned the wood's spirals and curves that appeared to shift and morph when viewed from different angles, creating an infinite dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to warp within that space. The once cloudy sky had darkened imperceptibly, leaving me unsure if minutes or hours had slipped away. The murmurs of the quarry had intensified, though their meaning remained elusive, akin to muffled conversations overheard through walls. Mesmerized, I found myself perched on a smooth boulder near the door, captivated by the gentle undulation of the vines and the steady pulse of energy permeating the surroundings. Despite the encroaching twilight, the rock beneath me radiated warmth, as if holding onto a memory of the sun's embrace. As dusk descended, faint points of light emerged from the quarry's depths, their purposeful movements akin to stars in a stone-laden sky. Though their glow was subtle, they formed patterns mirroring the carvings on the wooden door, creating a silent dialogue between light and shadow. The sweet scent grew more potent, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very air had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's murmurs evolved into a symphony of stone and wind, punctuated by sounds reminiscent of footsteps or heartbeats, or perhaps both. When I eventually rose to depart, a subtle change caught my eye. The door, while unchanged in appearance, seemed to have shifted slightly, revealing a sliver of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their hypnotic sway, now elongating slowly, their delicate tendrils reaching out towards me with a faint luminescence amidst the encroaching darkness. That day I refrained from touching the door, yet I have revisited the quarry many times since. Hours blend into one another as I sit in contemplation, witnessing the interplay of light and shadow, attuned to the quarry's whispered confidences. The door remains a constant, neither open nor shut, its presence shifting subtly with each visit. The mystery of what lies beyond it lingers in my thoughts during quiet moments, though I've come to accept that certain enigmas are meant to remain unsolved. The quarry guards its secrets, divulging them through whispers and subtle clues, through the gentle dance of vines and the soft gleam of hidden lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in unlocking the door's secrets, but in the serene acknowledgement of its existence. In my dreams, I often return to that spot, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the cool caress of the breeze. The quarry's murmurs accompany me into sleep, a tranquil melody of stone and time, a reminder that some places dwell in the space between knowledge and imagination, between sight and sensation. The door stands sentinel amidst its breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry continues its ancient dialogue with time, speaking through whispers and lights, through shadows and scents, weaving stories for those willing to listen with an open heart and a tranquil mind. Story 11. As I strolled alone near the edge of a dense forest, a faint, almost imperceptible howl startled me, its echo weaving through the lofty treetops. The air was crisp with the fragrance of pine and damp earth, inviting me to peer into the shadowy depths of the woods where mysterious secrets lay hidden just beyond the light's reach. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting a mesmerizing dance of dappled shadows upon the forest floor with each step I took, the satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs beneath my feet. The atmosphere grew denser, saturated with the scent of moss and decay, yet oddly refreshing in its earthy embrace. An unexplainable urge tugged at me, propelling me forward, my curiosity outweighing any hint of apprehension. Venturing deeper, the familiar sounds of the outside world gradually faded away, replaced by the melodious rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze, creating a soothing whispered symphony. Occasionally, movements flickered in my peripheral vision, elusive and fleeting, vanishing when I turned to gaze upon them, leaving only swaying branches and shifting shadows in their wake. The howl returned, barely audible, as if a mere whisper on the wind, carrying a haunting quality akin to a melody woven into nature's breath. The forest fell silent as though holding its breath in anticipation. Birds ceased their songs, insects hushed their buzzing, enveloping me in a profound stillness, punctuated only by a subtle vibration in the air, an energy that prickled the hairs on my arms. Entering a clearing where trees encircled a serene pond, the water's surface resembled black glass, mirroring the clouded sky above without a single disturbance. Drawing closer, I noticed a peculiarity in my reflection, a delay in its movements, as if struggling to keep pace with reality. The air chilled, prompting me to wrap my jacket tighter around myself, and I observed wisps of mist unfurling from the ground, coiling around my ankles like cool silk brushing against my skin, emitting a soft, pulsating glow akin to pearlescent light. Standing at the water's edge, shadowy shapes materialized within the mist, ethereal forms reminiscent of deer, their movements fluid and otherworldly. The howl reverberated once more, closer this time, maintaining its spectral softness, seeming to emanate from all directions at once, a ghostly call from the heart of the forest. Swaying slightly, I found myself ensnared in a tranquil trance, the boundary between reality and the unknown growing fainter with each passing moment. Trees leaned inward, their branches stretching towards the clearing, resembling curious onlookers with twisted forms that hinted at ancient, watchful faces. Time blurred, the light unchanged, yet hours slipping away unnoticed. The mist thickened, enveloping the clearing in a swirling white embrace, and the howl transformed into an ancient melody, a song of buried secrets and age-old mysteries whispered by the earth itself. Hovering between wakefulness and dream, a presence approached from behind, carrying the fragrance of wild flowers and frost-kissed mornings. Every fiber of my being urged me to turn and face this unseen entity, yet fear or perhaps a profound respect for the unknown rooted me in place. The presence drew nearer, exuding a profound tranquility that enveloped me, the forest exhaling ancient wisdom in forgotten tongues. In that ephemeral moment, I grasped that I had stumbled upon a rare, precious enclave where the veil between certainty and enigma had thinned to a whisper. I never did pivot to confront what lingered behind me. Instead, I closed my eyes, embracing the forest's enchanting melody that washed over me in a soothing embrace. Upon reopening my eyes, the mist had dissipated, the clearing returning to its mundane guise. Nevertheless, as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried with me the certainty of an extraordinary encounter, a glimpse of a world that forever altered my perception of reality. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind murmurs through the trees, the distant echo of that silent howl reaches me, a half-remembered dream beckoning, a reminder that within this world, realms of mystery and wonder patiently await those who heed their whispered song. Story 12. In the cozy, welcoming atmosphere of my cherished coffee haunt one rainy morning, a neatly folded note caught my eye on the table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a delicate scent of lavender and coffee intertwined. Reading the enigmatic message sent a shiver down my spine. It felt intentional, a clue to a hidden mystery within the mundane. The note's words were simple yet puzzling. Seek the woman in the pearl gray coat. She arrives every Tuesday precisely at 9:17 a.m. She never indulges in a purchase. She never engages in conversation, yet she always leaves something behind. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe each following Tuesday, driven by an unexplainable curiosity. The gentle drumming of rain on the windows became a comforting backdrop, harmonizing with my silent observations. The familiar aroma of freshly ground coffee beans mingled with the warmth of baked treats, enveloping me in a soothing embrace as I awaited her arrival. On the initial Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded table granting a clear view of both entrances. The morning bustle ebbed and flowed, creating a serene symphony with hushed chatter and the delicate clinking of cups. My focus shifted between the antique clock's steady tick on the wall and each new visitor entering the cafe, and precisely at 9:17 she materialized. The pearl gray coat draped elegantly over her figure, absorbing and reflecting the soft lighting with balance. Her presence felt both substantial and ethereal, akin to morning mist illuminated by sunlight. With deliberate grace, she chose the same window table every time, her face partially veiled under a wide-brimmed hat, yet her hands graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring on her right index finger were visible. Week after week, I witnessed her ritual unfold with unwavering precision. She sat for precisely 7 minutes, her demeanor poised, hands clasped in her lap. Just as the note foretold, she never placed an order, never acknowledged anyone. But I began noticing the small trinkets she left behind, a vintage button, a pressed flower, an ancient compass with a cracked face but a needle spinning with unusual vigor. The cafe staff appeared oblivious to these items. Inquiring about the woman only elicited distant gazes and swift subject changes, as if she existed in a blind spot within their perception. Each object she left exuded a subtle energy, hinting at fragments of a tale I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, I encountered her seated at my usual spot. Her gaze turned towards me, and though her features remained obscured, I sensed her awareness of my presence. Resting on the table before her lay an aged leather-bound journal, its yellowed pages emanating history. With a subtle nod, she indicated the chair opposite her. As I sat, the cafe's ambient sounds faded into a distant murmur. The space between us crackled with potential, akin to the moment before lightning strikes. Her voice, resembling autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, broke the silence. "You have been observing," she stated, devoid of inquiry. "Few discern the patterns anymore. Even fewer take time to watch, to wonder, to question the spaces between moments." Opening the journal, pages filled with the same elegant script from the initial note were unveiled. "Time is not what many believe," she continued, fingers tracing the lines of text. "It folds and unfolds like origami, creating pockets where secrets gather. Some of us traverse these folds, collecting what becomes ensnared in the creases." The journal harbored depictions of objects, those she had been leaving behind. Each sketch bore coordinates, dates, and cryptic annotations that seemed to shift and transform when observed from different angles. "Why me?" I inquired, my voice a mere whisper. Her smile, though her face remained veiled, conveyed understanding. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to dwell in uncertainty without craving answers. Most importantly, you comprehend that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled." Rising, she left the journal on the table. "Your turn now," she murmured gently. "Look out for those who seek the patterns. Lead them back to wonder with breadcrumbs of intrigue." When I glanced up from the journal, she had vanished. The cafe's ambient sounds rushed back, a gentle wave of reality. The rain persisted in its rhythmic dance against the windows, and the scent of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained tangible beneath my touch, its pages now blank where text had once resided. Every Tuesday at 9:17 a.m. I continue my visits to the cafe. Occasionally I catch sight of others like me, silently observing. At times I leave behind small tokens: a vintage key, a pressed leaf, a smooth sea glass fragment weathered by time. Witnessing their discovery, I perceive the spark of curiosity igniting in their eyes. Though the woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, her essence lingers in the tranquil pauses between heartbeats, in the rain's gentle tap on the windows, in the soft swirl of steam from coffee cups. I've come to realize that certain mysteries require no resolution. They demand witnessing, reverence, and passing on, akin to whispered secrets in the ephemeral gaps between moments. Story 13. In the hush of midnight, as I lay in bed, a stray echo reached my ears, a voice that felt both known and achingly far away. The air conditioner's soft hum and the leaves' gentle rustle outside melded into a spectral choir, stirring memories of a presence I thought had long departed. That night my bedroom bore an unfamiliar aura. Moonlight danced on the walls, casting silver patterns that seemed to pulse with a rhythmic breath. The atmosphere held a peculiar weight, akin to the stillness before a storm, where anticipation lingers in the air. Shadows deepened in the corners, gathering as if to share whispered secrets among themselves. The voice returned, a whisper on the edge of perception, reminiscent of wind chimes in a gentle breeze, melodic yet tinged with a subtle sorrow. Slowly I sat up, the blanket slipping off with a gentle whisper of fabric. The cool, solid floor grounded me as my mind wandered into the realm of the inexplicable. Navigating my home at night had always been a familiar ritual of muscle memory and cautious steps, but that night each room exuded an uncanny quality. The hallway stretched ahead, its walls seeming to swallow the dim light rather than reflect it back. Family photos observed my journey with distant gazes, their once familiar faces now strangely distant. The voice gently guided me to my study, where rows of books lined the walls, their spines forming a tapestry of muted colors in the darkness. My old reading chair sat empty, yet an expectant presence lingered, as if someone had just vacated it. The leather retained a hint of warmth, and beside it, my grandmother's antique table lamp cast an amber glow that pulsed ever so subtly with each phantom murmur. Among my collection of vinyl records, one album stood slightly apart, its sleeves showing signs of frequent handling. I couldn't recall the last time I had touched it, yet there it lay, like a patient messenger awaiting my attention. The dust cover of the record player was raised, though I was certain I had closed it the night before. Almost involuntarily, my hands lifted the record from its sleeve. The vinyl caught the lamp's light, creating concentric circles of reflection that spiraled toward the center, beckoning me hypnotically. Placing it on the turntable, the needle found its groove without my aid, and music began to play, not the expected symphony, but the sound of rain on a tin roof, mingling with distant piano notes that seemed to surface from the depths of memory itself. The voice intertwined with these sounds, clearer now, uttering words that felt like fragments of a conversation from a dream. It spoke of summer evenings on a porch swing, of promises exchanged beneath starlit skies, and of time slipping away like sand through open fingers. My grandmother's antique clock ticked steadily in the corner, measuring time with its brass pendulum, each swing elongating into an eternity. It reminisced about her, evoking memories of evenings spent listening to her tales, her hands busy with needlework under the warm glow of the same lamp. Did she know of this voice? Had she left me a message, now unraveling before me? The room's temperature subtly shifted, creating wisps of air that made the lamp's light dance. Shadows held varying depths of darkness, revealing intricate patterns resembling the lace doilies my grandmother used to craft, patterns that seemed to conceal hidden significance. Sinking into my reading chair, its familiar embrace enveloped me as the voice continued its ethereal soliloquy. The words adopted a rhythm synchronized with the pendulum's swing, weaving a hypnotic symphony of memory and enigma. My fingers traced the grooves on the chair's worn armrests, following the imprints left by years of similar caresses. The bookshelves seemed to breathe in time with the voice, their contents shifting almost imperceptibly. A particular book caught my eye, a volume of poetry gifted by my grandmother years ago. Its spine glimmered faintly in the lamplight, and I realized the voice recited verses I had once read aloud to her during her final days. Time flowed like thick honey in winter, rich with meaning yet resistant to quantification. With each passing moment, the voice grew clearer, though its message remained just beyond complete grasp. It spoke of enduring connections that transcended time, of love resonating through generations, of memories dwelling in the spaces between heartbeats. As dawn approached, its gray tendrils stretching through my window, the voice began to fade. The record spun silently, the needle tracing its cyclical path. The lamp's glow dimmed one final time, and in that instant I comprehended a profound truth about memory and absence, about how some voices never truly depart, they merely await the opportune moment to whisper their truths. When morning flooded the room, I found myself still ensconced in the reading chair, the record player silent, the lamp extinguished. No tangible evidence of my nocturnal journey lingered, except for a poetry book lying open on the side table, its pages adorned with my grandmother's delicate annotations. Whether reality or dream, the experience mattered less than the emotional residue it left behind, a sense of connection to something vast and enigmatic, yet intimately known. Though the voice had vanished with the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than rationalized. In the ensuing quietude, I found solace in the ambiguity, in the realm between certainty and curiosity, where the most exquisite mysteries find their abode. Story 14. On a moonlit night, deep within the woods, I stumbled upon an ancient campsite reclaimed by nature. The towering pines swayed gently, their whispers rustling like forgotten tales. The cool air, fragrant with cedar and damp earth, hinted at hidden secrets veiled by time. As I approached the clearing, my steps softened by layers of pine needles, I discovered the remnants of a gathering place. Weathered logs encircled an old fire pit, now adorned with faintly glowing mushrooms under the moon's watchful eye. Their ethereal light pulsed like a nocturnal breath, barely perceptible in the stillness. At the clearing's edge stood the skeletal remains of a cabin, its wooden walls weathered to silver by the passage of countless seasons. Moonbeams filtered through the roof's gaps, casting ever-shifting patterns on the floor, elusive and mesmerizing. The door creaked ajar, swaying with the night breeze in a rhythmic dance that harmonized with the pine's murmurs. Inside the cabin, time had woven its tale. Dust motes pirouetted in moonlight shafts, while the wooden floor groaned beneath my careful tread, as if reminiscing ancient stories. A stone fireplace loomed against one wall, its chimney a sentinel to the heavens. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves created cryptic designs resembling an unknown script. On a table near the window, an aged journal awaited me, its pages warped by humidity but miraculously intact. The leather cover felt warm against my fingers, a stark contrast to the nocturnal chill. Opening it gently, the spine whispered secrets in elegant script, recounting tales of mysterious lights and haunting melodies carried on elusive winds. Each twilight, the journal chronicled, the pines engaged in whispered dialogues as darkness descended. They spoke of wanderers passing through, of forest transformations, and of entities that flitted in the shadow's embrace. The author described how the fire pit's mushrooms would radiate a heightened glow on certain nights, their luminescence pulsating in harmony with distant melodies just beyond perception. While engrossed in the journal's enigmatic accounts, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Moonlight assumed a silvery hue, shadows deepened, and the pine's murmurs grew more pronounced, though still incomprehensible. I swayed involuntarily as if swaying to an unseen melody, my breath slowing to match an imperceptible tempo in the air. The journal hinted at a peculiar occurrence. On full moon nights like this, the fire pit would mirror the sky above, transforming into a liquid shadow despite feeling dry to the touch. Intrigued, I ventured back outside, the journal clasped securely. The clearing appeared altered, though the change eluded my perception. The log circles seemed to form cryptic patterns, and the mushroom's radiance intensified subtly. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the journal's truth. The ash now gleamed like liquid, mirroring the celestial bodies with unsettling clarity. Yet within that reflection, I discerned unfamiliar lights dancing with ethereal grace, moving to a symphony heard only by the night. Entranced, I lingered, attempting to decipher the pine's whispers, to comprehend their enigmatic conversations. Seating myself on a log, the journal resting on my lap, I transcribed my own observations. Time stretched and twisted in the night's embrace, blurring the line between observer and observed. Were the lights in the pit watching me, or was I watching them? Were the pines divulging their secrets, or simply permitting me to eavesdrop on their timeless discourse? As dawn approached, a delicate mist enveloped the trees like flowing silk, and I made a final entry in the journal. I detailed the gradual fading of the mushroom's glow, the slow transformation of whispers into the familiar sounds of daybreak, and the fire pit's return to mundane ash with the sun's first rays. Placing the journal back on its table within the cabin, I acknowledged that despite my meticulous notations, the night's mysteries would forever elude full comprehension. The pines continued their murmurs, now speaking of commonplace things of wind and weather, of light and shadow. Yet in moments of reverie, with closed eyes, I still sensed the nocturnal rhythm, the alluring mysteries that prefer to remain half revealed, forever enigmatic. Story 15. Drawn by an unexplainable pull to wander, I ventured into an aging theater on the outskirts of town, its once grand beauty now fading into disrepair. The intricate balconies and plush velvet seats murmured tales of past eras filled with applause and theatrical fervor. Stepping onto the creaking stage, a faint, lingering voice reached my ears, weaving lines infused with both sorrow and yearning. The sound echoed through the worn walls, mingling with the musty fragrance of neglected dreams and aged curtains, casting doubt on the notion that the theater was truly deserted. A soft autumn breeze whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a subtle symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. Each footfall upon the wooden stage was met with a gentle sigh, as if the boards themselves remembered the performances of yesteryears. The air carried a peculiar weight, akin to traversing through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the majestic chandelier hung motionless, its crystals cloaked in dust, yet occasionally catching glimmers of light filtering through the lofty windows, painting delicate patterns that waltzed along the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the stage wing, where ancient props lay shrouded in sheets resembling gentle waves in the dim glow. The ethereal voice I had heard seemed to linger in this direction, though now reduced to a mere whisper on the edge of perception. Amidst the forgotten stage pieces, I stumbled upon an antique dressing room mirror, its surface veiled with age yet retaining an otherworldly gleam. As I drew near, the atmosphere around me chilled, though not unpleasantly so. The mirror seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy that defied explanation. Its reflection, flickers of movement not of my own, emerged, like spectral echoes of performers from a bygone era honing their craft. The voice grew slightly clearer, perhaps that of a woman reciting verses from what appeared to be a tragic love story. Her melodious words carried a comforting yet melancholic cadence. Time appeared to warp within this realm. Minutes stretched into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills and costume remnants still redolent of a faint perfume. The voice continued its gentle soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten recesses of the theater. In the orchestra pit, weathered sheet music scattered across ancient stands, the notes faded yet legible, as if awaiting the return of musicians to breathe life into them once more. As evening encroached, the quality of light filtering through the windows transformed, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move with intent across the seats. The voice, though still a soft murmur, gained strength. Seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, I observed dust motes pirouette in the dwindling sunlight. The theater appeared to pulsate around me, its walls expanding and contracting with the weight of countless narratives. In this tranquil moment, I comprehended that the voice was not addressing any individual, it was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each utterance carried shards of performances past, of thunderous ovations and tearful farewells, of opening nights and final bows. The soothing rhythm of the voice intertwined these memories into a fragile tapestry, enveloping me in a cocoon of nostalgia. Night descended, ushering in a new dimension to the voice. It seemed to emanate from all directions at once, enveloping the space in a warm resonance that caused the very air to hum with gentle vibrations. The words grew clearer, yet their essence remained just beyond reach, akin to grasping at a fading dream upon waking. The moonlight now caught the chandelier above, casting iridescent refractions that glided like northern lights across the ceiling. Drifting on the cusp between wakefulness and slumber, the voice acted as a soothing lullaby, the boundary between reality and reverie blurred. In these moments of twilight consciousness, phantom silhouettes of an audience began to materialize, their forms suggested by the interplay of moonbeams and shadows. They sat in reverent silence, captivated by the voice as much as I was. The night deepened, bringing with it a profound serenity. The voice began to recede, not abruptly but gradually, akin to a tide retracting from the shore. Its fading left behind a sense of gratitude, as if my presence had acknowledged and validated the myriad tales enshrined within these walls. The theater settled, groaning and sighing like an old companion preparing for slumber. Upon finally rising to depart, the voice had dwindled to a mere memory, a faint echo in my thoughts. Yet the theater felt transformed, more vital somehow, despite its neglect. With each step towards the exit, accompanied by the gentle protest of aged floorboards, I realized that certain places never truly empty themselves. They merely bide their time, safeguarding their stories until an attentive ear arrives. Even now, months later, I find myself drawn back to that theater in the hushed hours between dusk and dawn. The voice persists, sometimes no more than a whisper, a gentle nudge reminding that behind every curtain and beneath every layer of dust, narratives await those willing to lend an ear. The theater endures as a haven of sorts, where the boundary between yesterday and today blurs, and where memories pirouette like dust motes in the moonbeams, forever enshrined in the soft echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 16, in the depths of an old attic, among forgotten treasures and whispered echoes of the past, a hidden canvas emerged from the shadows. Tucked behind a weathered trunk, it beckoned with a silent allure, drawing me closer with its enigmatic presence. The painting, a work in progress, depicted a figure caught in a delicate dance of transformation, a play of light and shadow that stirred something deep within my soul. The air was heavy with the scent of ancient paper and memories long faded, wrapping me in a cocoon of nostalgia as I beheld the unfinished masterpiece before me. Every brushstroke whispered a tale untold, every stroke a brush with destiny. I settled into an aged wooden chair, the only witness to the dance of dust motes pirouetting in the soft glow filtering through a small window. The portrait seemed alive, its edges blending into the raw canvas like whispers of a forgotten dream. The face, both familiar and strange, held me in its gaze, drawing me into a realm where time held no sway. As the house groaned and settled around me, a soothing melody of ancient bones, I delved deeper into the mysteries of the painting. My fingers traced the worn frame, feeling the pulse of bygone years beneath my touch. In the eyes of the figure, a depth unfathomed beckoned, a silent invitation to unravel the secrets hidden within. Evening descended, cloaking the attic in a golden embrace that cast long shadows across the floor, the promise of autumn carried on a sigh through the cracked window. I found myself conversing with the portrait, sharing whispers of thoughts and memories as if confiding in an old friend. In the shifting light, a peculiar enchantment unfolded before my eyes. Brushstrokes wove a tapestry of possibility, each angle revealing a new facet of the figure's essence. The unfinished parts whispered of untold stories, of smiles and sorrows intertwined in an eternal dance. Time lost all meaning in that attic sanctuary, hours melting into moments as I immersed myself in the enigma before me. A faded inscription emerged from the shadows, a cryptic message lingering on the edge of understanding. Remember, the light changes everything. The words echoed in the stillness, a riddle waiting to be unraveled. With each passing night, I brought fragments of the past to the attic's embrace, seeking to unlock the identity of the figure immortalized on canvas. Journals and photographs spilled across the dusty floor, each offering a glimpse into a world long forgotten. Yet the portrait remained a silent enigma, its secrets veiled in layers of paint and memory. Under the moon's gentle gaze, I found solace in the quiet company of the painting. Whispers of half-remembered lullabies wove through the air, a symphony of shadows and light. And as the days drifted by, a subtle shift occurred within me, a merging of souls with the art before me. The figure's eyes, once mere pigment on canvas, now mirrored my innermost thoughts, reflecting the ebb and flow of emotions long dormant. In moments of tranquility, they gazed outward, mirroring the starlit sky beyond the window. During storms of the soul, they turned inward, delving into depths unknown. The portrait became a mirror of my essence, a vessel for dreams and fears to intertwine in a delicate dance of shadows. I shared my heart with it, weaving tales of yesteryears and whispered longings into the fabric of its being. And in its unfinished state, I found a canvas for endless possibilities, a gateway to realms unseen. As seasons painted the world outside in hues of change, a realization dawned within me. The portrait's incompleteness was not a flaw, but a deliberate choice, a testament to the beauty of perpetual evolution. The artist, a phantom of the past, had crafted a masterpiece of becoming, a reflection of life's ever-shifting tapestry. I became the guardian of this sacred space, where time flowed like a river, unbound by the constraints of reality. The boundary between observer and observed blurred, melding into a harmonious unity where past and present intertwined. And so I ascended the creaking stairs time and again, to commune with the enigmatic presence that had woven itself into the fabric of my existence. A notebook became my companion, capturing the subtle nuances of light and shadow that danced upon the canvas. But words paled in comparison to the silent conversation we shared, a communion of spirits transcending the confines of flesh and bone. The portrait, a silent sentinel of the attic's depths, held within its unfinished form a promise of endless discovery. In the quiet moments of solitude, I found peace in the presence of the enigmatic figure, a beacon of serenity amid the chaos of the world. The mystery remained unsolved, a riddle without an answer, yet in that ambiguity lay a profound truth. The portrait's perfection lay in its imperfection, a reflection of the ever-changing nature of existence. And so, beneath the gentle, dust-filled light of the attic, I lingered in the timeless embrace of the painting, a silent witness to the beauty of becoming. In its unfinished state, I found completion. In its eternal evolution, a mirror of my own journey through the labyrinth of life. And as the years drifted by, I remained bound to the portrait, a companion in solitude, a guardian of mysteries untold. Story 17. In a hidden courtyard, I ascended a set of ancient stone steps, their surface worn with time. There, etched deeply into the weathered stone, I beheld a symbol unfamiliar to my eyes. It glowed faintly under the filtered light, exuding an aura of enigmatic allure. The cool, mossy scent of aged stone enveloped me, mingling with my growing intrigue. I stood transfixed, as if the symbol held the key to a long-buried secret, waiting to be unveiled. Its design was unlike anything I had ever seen, intricate swirls interwoven with angular lines that seemed to shift subtly as I moved. Kneeling down for a closer look, the stone beneath my touch radiated unexpected warmth, a stark contrast to the crisp autumn air around me. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the fragrant essence of blooming flowers and fading leaves. Each evening drew me back to those steps where the waning sunlight danced playfully on the aged surface, causing the symbol to pulsate with a soft inner glow. The more I scrutinized it, the more peculiarities of the courtyard revealed themselves to me. The ivy creeping along the walls shied away from the marked step, creating a perfect circle of exposed stone. On silent nights, a faint hum seemed to emanate from beneath the surface, akin to a distant melody played on crystal chimes. During one visit, I brought my sketchbook to capture the symbol's likeness. As my hand traced its contours on paper, it moved with a fluid certainty, guided by an unseen hand. the resulting drawing unveiled intricate details unnoticed before subtle markings surrounding the central symbol, forming what appeared to be cryptic words in an unknown script. Strangely, upon my return the next day, those additional markings had subtly shifted, akin to constellations in motion across the night sky. With the shortening days of autumn, I timed my visits to coincide with the setting sun. In the golden hour's embrace, shadows stretched across the courtyard, revealing a remarkable revelation. At the precise angle, the symbol cast a shadow leading to a hidden alcove previously unseen. Within this shadowed enclave lay a series of similar marks, each unique yet interconnected with the initial symbol. As winter approached, cloaking the world in frost and early darkness, the symbol resisted the icy chill that blanketed the surroundings. While the other steps glistened with morning frost, the marked area remained untouched, as if shielded from the cold within. On frigid nights, a faint mist rose from the symbol, swirling into shapes resembling letters before dissolving into the wintry air. The symbol began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into gateways and paths to forgotten realms. These dreams left me with a profound serenity, despite their enigmatic nature. In my waking hours, a mysterious melody lingered in my mind, evoking images of distant waves and ancient whispers in the wind. One twilight, as I perched on the steps watching daylight fade, an elderly woman materialized in the courtyard. She moved with a silent elegance, her silver hair gleaming like moonlit threads. Without a word, she joined me, tracing the symbol with a weathered finger. The familiar hum grew louder, and for an instant the air shimmered with starlight, as if constellations had descended to earth. When I turned to address her, she vanished as silently as she had arrived, leaving behind a smooth stone cradled in my hand. Held up to the fading light, the stone bore a miniature version of the intricate symbol. Now I continue my daily pilgrimage to the steps, the stone a comforting presence in my pocket. The mystery of the symbol endures, yet I've come to realize that some enigmas are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, experienced rather than deciphered. The symbol on those ancient steps serves as a gateway to introspection, a testament that within the familiar lies hidden magic and mystery, awaiting those attuned to perceive it. In the hushed moments between day and night, I fancy I hear the old woman's voice on the evening breeze, humming that haunting, beautiful melody. Though the symbol's true significance may elude me, I find solace in its enigmatic aura, a gentle assurance that not all mysteries demand resolution to be cherished. Story 18. On a chilly, misty night, I found myself seeking refuge at a forgotten bus stop nestled on a quiet, deserted street. Beneath the dim glow of a solitary street lamp, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to weave its way out from the shadows that enveloped me. The scent of rain-kissed pavement and dewy leaves mingled in the air, creating an eerie yet intimate ambience, as if the night itself harbored a secret melody. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a soothing symphony to accompany my solitude. I settled onto the worn wooden bench, its surface polished by years of patient waiting. The weathered schedule board, barely discernible under layers of neglect, whispered tales of long-forgotten roots. My breath formed delicate wisps in the chilly air as I tuned into the mysterious murmur that grew more distinct with each passing moment. Initially, I mistook it for the wind playing through the rusted shelter frame or the distant drone of passing cars. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its rhythm, like a conversation just beyond the reach of comprehension. The sound carried fragments of words, snippets of incomplete phrases that tantalized the edges of understanding. Above me, the flickering streetlight cast fleeting shadows that seemed to move with purposeful intent. and then in a fleeting moment of illumination, I noticed an intriguing detail about the bench beneath me. Intricate patterns, almost imperceptible, had been delicately carved into the wood, revealing themselves only when caught in the right light. They resembled numbers or perhaps dates, etched with a meticulous hand by an unknown artist. As my fingertips traced these enigmatic markings, the murmur shifted its source. No longer did it seem to emanate from the shadows, but rather from the very fibers of the bench itself, resonating through the wood and into my very core. The sensation was not unsettling but oddly comforting, akin to a lullaby sung in a forgotten tongue. Each number I touched altered the pitch and tempo of the sound ever so subtly, creating a mesmerizing harmony with the rain's gentle cadence. The air grew heavy with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, carrying with it a faint hint of summer blossoms and sun-warmed timber. It felt as though the bus stop existed in a realm outside of time, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mystical dance. I glanced at my watch, only to discover its hands frozen at a surreal angle between digits. Instead of provoking unease, this realization felt like a natural extension of the enigma unfolding around me. The boundaries between wakefulness and slumber began to blur, as delicate as the flutter of moth wings against my consciousness. The murmur evolved into a more structured yet incomprehensible form, reminiscent of overlapping conversations in a bustling room, each voice belonging to a single entity speaking across epochs. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the whispers that cascaded over me like gentle ripples in a tranquil pond. In this state of serene awareness, visions materialized in my mind's eye, fleeting glimpses of past passengers who had traversed this shelter, each leaving an intangible imprint on its humble facade. Their stories seeped from the very walls, carried forth by the enigmatic murmur that had enraptured me. An elderly woman with eyes brimming with kindness, clutching a letter close to her heart. A young man in a bygone uniform, anxiously checking his pocket watch. A child in a bright raincoat, tracing patterns in the misted glass. Each apparition felt as vivid as my own presence, yet as ethereal as the morning mist. The glow of the street lamp took on a liquid quality, pooling around my feet in mesmerizing patterns. The carved numbers on the bench exuded a gentle phosphorescence, casting intricate designs that danced across my skin. Time flowed differently in this realm, akin to honey trickling from a spoon, sweet and unhurried. When I finally opened my eyes, the rain had ceased, though I could not recall when it had stopped. The murmur had softened to a nearly imperceptible hum, lingering like the afterglow of a dream. The air retained its peculiar warmth, and the carved numerals continued to emit a subtle radiance, yet a subtle shift had occurred in the atmosphere. As I rose from the bench, a sense of transformation enveloped me, as if I had been initiated into a clandestine fellowship shared by all who had waited here before me. The mysterious murmur had not unveiled any explicit truths or messages, yet I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something ancient and perpetually new. As I readied myself to depart, my reflection in the rain-streaked sheltered glass momentarily merged with the ghostly figures of past travelers, our features blending in the dim light. I extended a hand to touch the cool surface, and the murmur rose once more, a fleeting caress bidding me farewell. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried with me an unshakable conviction that I had encountered something profound yet indefinable. Though the murmur may have faded into the night, its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but rather embraced and cherished in their exquisite uncertainty. Story 19. On a midnight journey home, the almost deserted subway car felt unusually burdensome. Nestled in the distant corner, a solitary figure sat in silence, their gaze fixed upon me as the train clattered through shadowed tunnels. The air hung heavy with the mingled sense of perspiration and stagnant atmosphere, and a disquieting sensation of being observed settled upon me. The gentle sway of the car and the rhythmic clack of wheels on tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. But this night was different. My focus kept wandering back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to distort the very essence of the world around them. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered intermittently, casting peculiar shadows that danced along the scratched metal walls. I observed something peculiar about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared faintly blurred, as if glimpsed through a rain-splattered window. With each blink or shift of my gaze, their outline momentarily sharpened before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough that I might have attributed it to my weary eyes, had it not been for what unfolded next. The stranger raised a hand in what seemed like a salutation, yet the motion left lingering traces in the air, akin to the way sparklers trace light paths in the night sky. Each gesture sent ripples through the space surrounding them, distorting the advertisements on the walls behind. The temperature in the car noticeably dropped, and a shiver crept up my arms. Time itself began to feel pliable, expanding and contracting with each breath. The intervals between stations stretched longer. The darkness beyond the windows grew more profound and absolute. The usual ambient noises of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a soft, cotton-like silence, leaving only the steady heartbeat rhythm of wheels on tracks. I found myself studying their attire, a blend of contemporary and antique. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century gone by, shoes that flickered between styles when not in direct view. Their visage remained shrouded in darkness despite the glaring light above, as if shadows themselves gravitated toward them. Stranger began to hum, a melody that eluded my ears but resonated deep within my chest, a haunting tune reminiscent of childhood lullabies and forgotten dreams. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted the pull of sleep, caught in a liminal state between comfort and disquiet. Subtle transformations crept through the subway car. The advertisements displayed different images when glanced askance. The metal poles seemed to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normal when focused upon. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, ancient libraries, distant constellations. Slowly the stranger rose, their movements fluid like water in weightlessness. Taking a step toward me, I noticed their feet hovered slightly off the ground. The air surrounding them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rising from sun-baked pavement. Their presence exuded an aura of immense age and infinite patience. Settling in the seat across from me, I briefly glimpsed their countenance, kind yet ancient, familiar yet impossible to fully recall. When they spoke, their voice was a whisper carried on the wind through autumn foliage. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned, though their lips remained still. "It is rare to encounter one still awake in this hour of reality." I endeavored to reply, to voice the myriad inquiries swirling in my mind, yet I found myself enveloped in a profound serenity. The gentle rocking of the train became a cradle, and the darkness beyond the windows morphed into a comforting embrace. The stranger's presence no longer bore a threat, but rather felt akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend whose name lingered just beyond reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The fluorescent lights hummed with their usual harshness. The advertisements displayed their typical wares. The air had reverted to its customary temperature, and the subway's sounds resumed their familiar symphony. Yet something had shifted. Within the window's reflection, I discerned a subtle iridescence clinging to my garments, akin to dewdrops on a spider's web. And within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub I had no recollection of acquiring, adorned with symbols from an alphabet unknown to me, yet inherently understood. Henceforth, whenever I traverse the late-night subway, I keenly observe my fellow passengers. At times, when the light strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred edges and lingering traces. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant humming that resonates not in my ears, but in my very bones, a reminder that reality flows far more fluidly than we conceive, particularly within those transitional realms between here and there, between wakefulness and slumber. Story 20. Amid a hushed afternoon saunter through an overlooked courtyard, I encountered an intoxicating, spicy scent that seemed oddly out of sync with the surrounding decay. The fragrance, a captivating fusion of exotic spices and weathered stone, floated on the breeze as though whispering a hidden message. Step by step, I felt an irresistible pull towards the origin, driven to unravel the enigma behind this surprising perfume. The courtyard, a forsaken sanctuary, was embraced by aged walls cloaked in ancient ivy. Soft autumn winds stirred fallen leaves across weathered flagstones, crafting murmured melodies that seemed to harmonize with the mysterious aroma. Sunlight of the late afternoon filtered through the canopy of branches above, casting intricate shadows that waltzed leisurely across the ground. Delving further into the space, I noticed subtle shifts in the air's texture. The spice-laden scent intensified near a specific corner where an ancient wooden door stood, its surface etched with faded, intricate patterns. The aroma evoked elusive memories, fragments of childhood winters, perhaps, or dreams barely recalled upon waking. A peculiar stone bench nestled against the wall caught my eye. Its surface, smoothed by years of rain and wind, exuded a strangely welcoming warmth beneath my fingertips. As I settled onto it, the scent seemed to pulse softly, akin to a distant heartbeat. An oddly comforting sensation enveloped me, despite its peculiarity. From my perch, I began to discern peculiar details previously overlooked. Small carved symbols adorned the bases of the surrounding columns, their meanings lost to time. They appeared to subtly shift when viewed from different angles, though I understood it to be a trick of the light. The ivy draping the walls occasionally quivered, even in the absence of a breeze. Time meandered uniquely within that realm. Shadows elongated at an unusual tempo, and I found myself losing track of minutes, or were they hours. The spicy fragrance would intermittently intensify, then fade, only to return from an entirely different direction. It seemed to lead me through an invisible waltz, each wave introducing new undertones, hints of cinnamon, traces of cardamom, whispers of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener materialized as I sat there, tending to plants in a distant corner. When I inquired about the scent, she smiled knowingly but divulged no answers. She merely remarked, "Some places remember things we've forgotten." Before I could delve further, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her existence. The intrigue deepened when I discovered small objects appearing on the bench during my visits. A weathered brass key with no matching lock, a dried flower of an unknown species, a scrap of paper adorned with elegant script in an unfamiliar tongue. Each item vanished by my subsequent visit, replaced by an equally enigmatic object. Weeks elapsed, and I found myself drawn back to the courtyard nearly every day. The fragrance evolved into a constant companion, subtly shifting with each visit while retaining its core essence. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught my peripheral vision insubstantial, mere hints of presence that dissipated when directly observed. One tranquil evening, as the dying sunlight bathed the walls in golden hues, I espied a wispy trail of fragrant smoke rising between two flagstones near the bench. It spiraled in impossible patterns, forming shapes reminiscent of letters before vanishing into the encroaching darkness. The smoke carried the same spicy scent, intensified, more immediate. Reaching out to touch it, I expected it to disperse at my contact. Instead, my fingers tingled with a gentle warmth, and for a fleeting moment, I felt connected to something ancient and vast. Flashes of images raced through my mind, generations of others who had occupied this bench, each encountering their unique version of the mystery that now captivated me. Their tales seemed to intertwine with mine, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences that transcended time. As winter approached, the fragrance underwent another transformation, becoming subtler, more elusive. The courtyard assumed a different persona in the colder months, yet the sense of mystery persisted. The scent now manifested only at specific times: dawn, dusk, and those peculiar instances when time itself seemed to pause. To this day, I continue my pilgrimages to the courtyard. The spicy fragrance has evolved into a familiar companion, though its origins remain shrouded in enigma. At times, I believe I am on the cusp of unraveling its source, only for it to shift, revealing new facets that deepen the puzzle rather than solve it. And perhaps that is the way it should be. Some mysteries are not meant to be deciphered, but experienced, embraced, and carried as treasured secrets. The words of the elderly gardener linger in my mind. Some places remember things we've forgotten. In the tranquil moments as I rest on that ancient bench, inhaling the enigmatic aroma, I ponder whether it is not the place recalling, but rather the memories themselves seeking a listener to share their narrative. Story 21. In a forgotten workshop brimming with remnants of bygone artistry, I stumbled upon a fractured timepiece, its inner gears exposed and its face locked in a timeless gaze. As I observed the erratic dance of its wayward hands, the chilly, musty air enveloped me, saturated with the scent of oil and rust, pulsating with a tale of stolen moments and memories suspended between ticks. It was an autumn evening when the workshop beckoned to me, its weathered entrance slightly ajar, a silent invitation into its depths. Moonbeams filtered through dusty panes, casting elongated shadows over workbenches smoothed by the touch of skilled hands over the years. The aged wooden floor murmured beneath my steps, releasing whispers of aged pine and forsaken artistry. Timepieces of various kinds adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing sentinel-like, their pendulums motionless, and pocket watches nestled in drawers lined with faded velvet, their golden sheen dulled by the passage of time. Yet amidst this array, one piece captivated me, a mantel clock boasting a detailed brass visage, its crystal fractured in a web-like pattern reminiscent of a spider's creation. Seated in the weathered chair of the long-gone craftsman, I noticed a peculiar trait about the broken timepiece. Despite its disconnection from any power source, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing its course before settling back into stillness. The movement was so subtle that at first I doubted the veracity of my senses in the dim-lit space. The rhythm of my breath seemed to sync with these delicate motions, drawing me closer to scrutinize the intricate mechanism within. The brass gears, though tarnished, gleamed with an ethereal light, some etched with unfamiliar symbols that intrigued me, symbols beyond my years of collecting antique timepieces. A gentle breeze wafted through the workshop, carrying with it the melodic harmony of distant wind chimes. As I focused on the sound, it transformed into the delicate chiming of clock bells. An electric charge tinged the air, causing the fine hairs on my arms to prickle with awareness. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the clock's face, and to my surprise, the metal exuded warmth under my fingertips. The warmth spread gradually up my arm, ushering in a peculiar consciousness. Memories foreign to me began to surface. Visions of the workshop in its prime flickered before my eyes, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the synchronized cadence of numerous clocks marking time in flawless unison, and an elderly artisan meticulously assembling this very timepiece. His hands moved with practiced grace, crafting something far beyond a mere clock. The symbols on the gears shifted and blurred, rearranging into patterns that teased the fringes of my comprehension. Each new configuration whispered of alternate realities, of moments that could have been, of time meandering not like a river, but akin to an ocean with myriad currents and swirls. The solidity of the workshop wavered, reality itself swaying gently to the broken clock's rhythm. Shadows elongated and shortened in impossible ways, and from the peripheries of my vision, transparent figures glided through the space, ethereal shapes engaged in activities from distant times, coexisting alongside the present. My hand remained affixed to the clock's face, an act not born of fear but of tranquil fascination. The warmth now suffused my entire being, carrying with it a comprehension that transcended verbal expression. This timepiece was no ordinary artifact. It was a gateway to the very essence of time, crafted by a being who had unraveled enigmas never intended for human understanding. As night descended, a faint ticking emanated from the clock, though its mechanisms remained motionless. The sound reverberated from all directions, akin to the workshop's heartbeat. With each tick, the transparent figures gained substance, their movements sharpening in definition. Among them, I recognized the elderly craftsman, our gazes briefly meeting across the expanse of years. The workshop filled with the scent of metal and ozone, the temperature fluctuating between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, distancing itself, and I perceived my grasp on time loosening. Moments stretched and compressed like elastic, blurring the boundaries between past, present, and future, fragile as morning mist. When finally I withdrew my hand, the workshop resumed its facade of abandonment, yet an indelible change had taken place. The fractured clock sat innocuously before me, its hands once more motionless, yet vibrating with latent potential, a heart of brass and time awaiting the next soul to unravel its mysteries. I return to the workshop frequently now, though its exact location eludes description. Sometimes I occupy the ancient craftsman's chair for hours, observing the dance of light and shadow upon the fractured timepiece. And occasionally, in the perfect moment, I lay my hand upon its face, allowing myself to drift into that ephemeral space between heartbeats where all moments coexist and time itself is a tapestry of infinite possibilities. Ultimately, I refrain from repairing the shattered timepiece. Some things, I've realized, possess a transcendent beauty in their brokenness, a flaw that allows magic to seep into our world. In the hushed depths of night, when the workshop is cloaked in moonlight and remembrance, I swear I can still discern its ticking, orchestrating the melody of moments that never came to pass yet forever endure. Story 22. In the hush of an early morning stroll across a tranquil meadow, I found myself captivated by the glistening dew adorning the grass. To my surprise, the dewdrops had arranged themselves into intricate, minuscule letters, a script crafted by the hand of nature itself. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of damp earth and wildflowers, enveloping me in a sense of serene wonder. It was as if this fleeting message was intended solely for my eyes to behold. The mist of dawn lingered low, casting a soft, pearly gray veil over everything it touched. Kneeling down to inspect the dew-kissed grass more closely, my breath stirred delicate ripples in the moisture-laden atmosphere. The letters glimmered and swayed, their shapes just beyond the grasp of understanding. Each stroke and curve was as fragile as the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. Day after day, I felt drawn back to that meadow, pulled by a mysterious force I couldn't quite define. Every sunrise unveiled new messages, their significance eluding me like a dream upon waking. With the sun's gentle caress, the Duscript transformed from clear, defined characters into abstract designs that melded back into the earth. Occasionally, foreign words in unfamiliar languages would materialize, their forms both strange and strangely familiar. The whisper of the breeze through the tall grass became my constant companion, accompanied by the gentle melody of early birds welcoming the day. I began chronicling these enigmatic messages in a weathered leather journal, my fingertips tracing the lingering dampness on the pages as I transcribed what I beheld. The paper bore a subtle ripple, as if recalling the dew from which the letters emerged. One mist-laden morning, a new pattern emerged. The script spiraled outward from a central point, weaving an intricate mandala of words and symbols. A quiet energy seemed to pulse through the air, muffling the usual morning sounds as if the meadow itself held its breath. The messages appeared in unexpected places as well. I discovered them etched in the condensation on my bedroom window, each droplet perfectly aligned. They manifested in the steam rising from my morning tea, fleeting and ephemeral before dissipating into the ether. Even the frost patterns on autumn leaves seemed to hint at this cryptic language. In my nocturnal visions, the scripts danced before my eyes, flowing like liquid silver through realms of shadow and light. They murmured secrets in voices woven of rustling leaves and distant wind chimes. Each sunrise, I awoke with fragments of understanding slipping through my grasp like water through cupped hands. As time passed, my journal swelled with these ethereal musings, a testament to the gentle mystery that enveloped me. I spent hours comparing the patterns, noting their correlation to the moon's phases, the changing seasons, and the shifting hues of morning light. A deeper rhythm began to reveal itself, hinting at a profound dialogue between earth and sky through the Duscript. As winter approached, the messages grew scarce, appearing only on pristine mornings when the air was crisp and still. I cherished each sighting, knowing that the frost would soon etch its own variations of the script on the grass, sparkling like diamonds in the wintry sunlight. Years have passed since those initial encounters, and the messages now grace the meadow with less frequency. I ponder if their purpose was to lead me to this state of tranquil observation, this appreciation of the subtle magic of morning. Though the distinct letters may have faded, I've discovered a new language within their patterns, a language of wonder and contemplation. My journal rests on my desk, a repository of those early revelations. When I leaf through its pages, I notice how the sketched patterns seem to shift and evolve under different lights, mirroring the ever-changing nature of the Duscript itself. Perhaps the true essence lies not in deciphering the messages, but in the quiet awe of witnessing life's mysteries unfold. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs in the first light of day. While the crystalline messages may remain a mystery, their presence has left an indelible imprint on my spirit, teaching me that life's most profound moments often arise from unanswered questions and silent contemplation. Story 23. In the dimming twilight of a bustling city, my footsteps meandered through the labyrinthine alleys until a peculiar rhyme caught my eye etched onto a weathered brick wall. The words, faint yet rhythmic, carried a haunting tune that seemed to echo through the cool air, mingling with the scent of rain-kissed concrete. It felt as though the very city itself whispered an ancient secret, reserved only for those willing to listen. Approaching the wall, my fingers traced the grooves of aged brick, feeling the words pulse beneath my touch. The ink, neither fresh nor faded, existed in a mysterious state between presence and memory. A gentle breeze swept through the narrow street, carrying with it the soft rustle of fallen leaves and distant echoes of life. As I gazed closer, a peculiar realization dawned on me. Each line of the rhyme bore a slightly different handwriting, as if penned by multiple hands over time. Some letters flowed in elegant cursive, while others stood rigid and precise, yet all merged together in an eerie harmony. The flickering street lamps cast warm shadows that danced along the wall, painting a mesmerizing scene as darkness descended. Pulling out my phone to illuminate the text, a strange phenomenon unfolded before me. The words seemed to shift under the artificial light, rearranging themselves when viewed through the screen. I blinked, questioning my senses in the growing darkness, but the verses remained elusive, teasingly enigmatic. The verses spoke of shadows walking beside us, memories dwelling in the gaps between moments, and a melody only the ancient walls could perceive. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that wall, the words lingering in my thoughts like a familiar refrain. Others passed by, their fingers trailing the bricks, caught in a trance as if hearing a hidden melody just beyond reach. Weeks passed, and I discovered similar rhymes on various walls across the city, each connected like verses in an endless poem. The handwriting styles remained consistent, a blend of authors weaving a cryptic message through the urban landscape. I documented each find, yet the photographs always turned out slightly blurred, as if the words resisted capture. As I delved deeper into the mystery, subtle shifts in perception unfolded around me. Street sounds took on rhythms, traffic hums transformed into distant harmonies, and even the rain seemed to fall in orchestrated beats, whispering in an ancient language of codes barely grasped. On quiet nights, I stood before the original wall where it all began, the verses neither fading nor growing clearer, suspended in that liminal space between reality and imagination. Strangers occasionally joined me, their silent presence mirroring my own curiosity, united by an unspoken allure to the enigmatic rhyme. The verses evolved with the seasons, shimmering in summer heat like distant mirages, flowing with fluidity in autumn rains, and forming delicate frost patterns in winter's embrace. Yet the words held their mystique, adapting to the environment while retaining their inscrutable essence. Even now I visit the wall, each word engraved in my memory, the family of handwriting styles expanding with new additions that materialize without explanation. The impact of the rhyme varied among readers, some left with tranquil smiles, others with a pensive air that lingered for days, all sharing a silent communion with the enigmatic verses. The mystery endured, a living testament to collective consciousness, its allure transcending time and understanding. The unknown authors, their presence felt in the mingling handwriting, continue to weave their endless poem across the city walls, a silent ode to the hidden world intertwined with our own. As night descended, enveloping the city in its tranquil rhythm, I pondered the unseen authors, wondering if they still roamed the streets, adding to their timeless creation. Perhaps we crossed paths, connected by threads of shared understanding, all part of a narrative unfolding in the margins of our urban existence, where whispered secrets linger in the spaces between streetlights, waiting to be deciphered. Story 24, in a forgotten gallery of ancestral treasures, I stumbled upon a peculiar portrait, an enigmatic figure gazing back at me with eyes that whispered of hidden sorrows. Behind the frame, a fragile letter lay concealed, exuding the faint scent of aged parchment and lavender, beckoning me to unravel its ancient secrets. The gallery itself was a sanctuary of time's passage, where dust motes pirouetted in the soft afternoon light that filtered through tall windows, casting a spellbinding dance upon weathered wooden panels. With each hushed step upon the murmuring floorboards, echoes of bygone footsteps whispered tales of yesteryears. As I gingerly retrieved the letter, a tremor coursed through my fingertips, grazing the weathered paper's delicate surface. The portrait, a woman in her prime, clad in Victorian attire, observed me with a gaze tinged with melancholy and resolve, stirring a curiosity about her untold narrative. The script, penned in elegant swirls faded to sepia by time's gentle hand, transported me to a realm where present sounds dissolved into the gentle scratch of a quill upon parchment from eras long past. My dearest Elizabeth, by the time these words reach your eyes, I shall have embarked on a voyage across the vast sea. The weight of this decision burdens my soul, yet I am compelled to seek the truth shrouding our grandmother's legacy. Dreams besiege my slumber visions of the antique music box with its cryptic compartment, of the key that adorned her neck, of the tales she spun about the ancient manor by the misty shore. Each night her hummed melody grows clearer, more insistent, resonating in tranquil moments like ripples in a tranquil pond. I've unraveled that the tune aligns with the music box's engravings, the very one that vanished upon her passing. The portrait I leave behind conceals more than a mere likeness. Within its frame lies a map veiled for years. Prudence compels me to withhold its precise location in this missive, yet you, my childhood companion, will recall our secret alcove within the gallery. The self-same spot shall guide you to the truth. Should another chance upon this letter, heed that some enigmas are best left undisturbed. But Elizabeth, if these lines grace your gaze, heed the trail I've charted. Our legacy does not reside in riches or lands, but in the wisdom passed through generations of our matriarchs. The moon's reflection upon water, the whispers of ancient trees in the wind, the dance of candlelit shadows, these hold the essence of comprehension. Trust in your instincts over sight. Revelations will manifest in dreams, as they did for grandmother and now for me, with boundless love and hope, Margaret. The epistle's conclusion left an ethereal imprint upon my being, akin to the lingering glow of twilight. A newfound perception enveloped me as I revisited Margaret's countenance in the portrait, perceiving hints and whispers of a buried narrative. The gallery now bore a weight of unspoken tales and incomplete odysseys, shadows elongating across the walls in the encroaching dusk, the painting subtly transforming in the shifting light. Details previously overlooked emerged, a pendant at her neck, possibly cradling a key, the faint outline of a music box amidst the backdrop, her hand poised near her heart as if safeguarding a clandestine truth. The tranquil hush of the gallery enveloped me like a comforting embrace as I pondered the enigma before me. Should I pursue the map, follow Margaret's breadcrumbs into the unknown expanse that had beckoned her across the ocean? The decision need not be imminent, some enigmas unfurl only when the stars align. With care, I restored the letter to its clandestine abode, transcribing its essence into my journal ere departing. A faint melody, a wistful lullaby, seemed to drift through the air, whether born of fancy or lingering within the gallery's shadows, remained a mystery. The portrait's gaze trailed my retreat, not unsettling but gently beckoning, akin to a tome awaiting discovery, a tale yearning to be unfurled. The gallery's mystery had woven its tendrils into my consciousness, whispering of a return, a rendezvous with the enigma. For now, I allowed queries to settle like autumn leaves upon tranquil waters, cognizant that some truths unveil themselves most vividly in dreams. Story 25. In the dead of night, I found myself wandering into an abandoned arcade on the outskirts of the city. Dim neon signs flickered erratically above dusty game machines, casting eerie shadows in the stillness. From the depths of the darkness, a faint hum pulsated, filling the air with a nostalgic scent of stale popcorn and forgotten thrill. It was as though the arcade whispered tales of laughter and wistful memories, lingering in the silence. Tracing my fingers along the weathered plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I felt the worn textures beneath layers of dust accumulated over time. Each step I took left soft imprints on the thin carpet of gray powder coating the floor. The rhythm of my breath intertwined with the low electrical hum, creating a strangely calming cadence in the space around me. In the muted light, the faded artwork on the machines came into view, fantastical realms and characters, now mere ghostly outlines of their former glory. Some screens flickered weakly, displaying fragmented images that danced like elusive dreams. Among them, an old racing game stood out, its leather seat worn and its steering wheel subtly turning on its own accord. As I ventured further into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum grew more melodic, akin to a distant choir harmonizing in the night. I found myself swaying gently to its enchanting pulse, my movements synchronized with the mysterious rhythm that enveloped me. The air teemed with potential, blurring the lines between reality and imagination in this forgotten haven. Following a narrow hallway leading to what seemed like a maintenance area, I passed by vintage posters of long-forgotten games, their whispers blending with the arcade's peculiar symphony. The hum seemed to echo my presence, shifting and intensifying with each step. At the end of the hallway, an old wooden door awaited, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit patterns. The brass handle, warm to the touch, beckoned me as I turned it, unleashing a surge of humming that filled my senses. Beyond the door, a small room bathed in a soothing blue light revealed itself. Arcade motherboards adorned the walls, their blinking LED lights forming cryptic patterns. At the room's center stood an ancient computer terminal, its screen alive with scrolling text, a cryptic blend of game code and something deeper. The humming emanated from the machine, casting waves that made dust particles dance like celestial bodies in the air. Drawn to the mesmerizing display, I settled into the operator's chair, the creaking wood embracing me. The text on the screen began to weave patterns, almost decipherable yet elusive, like fragments of a fading dream upon waking. My fingers hovered over the aged keyboard, guided by an unseen force as I typed stories of ancient worlds, unrealized games, and forgotten dreams. The hum synchronized with my keystrokes, creating a harmonious duet between man and machine. Time lost its grip in that ethereal space, the blue light seeping into my being, the humming resonating deep within. When I rose from the chair, a sense of timelessness enveloped me, the humming now a part of my essence, guiding me back through the transformed arcade. The game cabinets stood sentinel, their screens now teasing glimpses of new realms waiting to be explored. Electric surges responded to my touch, adding layers to the ever-present hum. As I neared the exit, I glanced back one final time. The neon signs no longer flickered, but radiated a steady, inviting glow. The arcade's hum had evolved into a gentle purr, a contented electronic lullaby. Knowing I would return, drawn by the symphony of memory and mystery, I stepped outside, the vibration of the arcade's song lingering in my chest, a reminder of the night's enchanting tale. In the hushed moments before daybreak, the subtle hum still calls out to me, a melody of memory and intrigue resonating in the abandoned arcade, forever etched in the tranquil night. Story 26. Amid a rare visit to a crumbling, vacant theater, I settled into a seat within the dimly lit auditorium. Silence draped the space like a comforting shroud, broken only by a soft, nearly imperceptible laughter that seemed to dance through the aisles. The delicate sound intertwined with the musty aroma of velvet curtains and decaying props, hinting that the theater, though deserted, retained echoes of nights filled with applause and happiness, now reduced to spectral whispers. My purpose for being here was to seek inspiration for my writing, lured by tales of the building's peculiar ambience. The weighty wooden doors groaned open at my touch, inviting me into a realm suspended between past and present. Dust motes pirouetted in slender rays of light that filtered through lofty windows, casting ethereal patterns that swirled and undulated like phantasmal dancers on an unseen stage. Though faded, the red velvet seats exuded a timeless elegance. Tracing my fingers along their weathered fabric, I sensed the countless narratives woven into their fibers, evenings of entertainment, romance, and enchantment. A subtle sweetness lingered beneath the musty veneer of the air, reminiscent of vintage perfume and makeup powder, akin to the enduring essence of performers long departed. Gradually adjusting to the subdued light, I caught glimpses of subtle movements in my peripheral vision. The ponderous stage curtains occasionally stirred, devoid of any discernible breeze. The soft rustle of fabric was accompanied by muted footsteps crossing the stage, their rhythm mirroring the cadence of a forgotten dance. In the hush, I discerned more sounds, the gentle creak of floorboards, as if unseen actors were taking their places, and the whisper-soft rustle of pages turning, akin to an unseen prompter reviewing their lines. These sounds were not unsettling, but rather soothing, like being cocooned in a tapestry of memories. Time seemed to ebb and flow uniquely within these walls. Minutes stretched into hours as I remained motionless, absorbing the theater's tranquil symphony. The afternoon light gradually waned, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. These shadows seemed to morph into shapes, the silhouettes of a rapt audience, their forms suggesting refined evening attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter I had earlier discerned returned, now accompanied by what resembled subdued applause. It felt distant yet intimate, akin to a playback at the lowest possible volume. Surrendering to the sound, I closed my eyes, allowing it to envelop me. Upon reopening them, I could almost swear I glimpsed the flutter of a dress vanishing behind a pillar, catching the light fleetingly before fading away. As evening neared, the theater took on a livelier ambience. The temperature fluctuated unexpectedly, patches of warmth interspersed with cool breezes, as though imperceptible figures brushed past. The stage lights, dormant for decades, seemed to emit a faint, ethereal glow, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. I found myself drawn toward the stage. The wooden steps groaned beneath my weight as I ascended, each creak reverberating through the vacant expanse. Standing at center stage, facing rows of empty seats that paradoxically felt occupied, I sensed a palpable anticipation, akin to an audience holding its breath before a performance's commencement. From this vantage point, I discerned overlooked details. Scattered about the wings were small items, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an aged script with yellowed, curling pages, arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. The mirror's dulled surface occasionally reflected movements that defied explanation, fleeting glimpses of motion, bursts of color, vanishing before I could focus on them. My voice, when I finally spoke, emerged as a mere whisper. "Is anyone present?" The words lingered in the air, swallowed by the darkness beyond the stage. The response was not immediate, but rather a gradual amalgamation of subtle sounds, the rustle of fabric, distant murmurs, the soft tap of footsteps, melding like an orchestral composition building toward its crescendo. Standing there, a realization dawned upon me. The theater was not truly empty. It teemed with echoes, not only of sound, but of moments, emotions, experiences. Each performance, each chuckle, each tear shed during poignant scenes had left an imprint, forming layers of memories that had somehow solidified in the quietude. The laughter I had heard was not malicious or derisive. It was jubilant, appreciative, stemming from genuine enjoyment and delight. It felt as though the theater had absorbed these moments of happiness, occasionally releasing them back into our world, akin to notes from a self-playing music box. As darkness descended, I comprehended that it was time to depart. Navigating back through the aisles, I encountered a gentle resistance, as if the theater yearned to retain me a while longer. The exit door appeared more distant than in my recollection, the path weaving through pools of shadow previously unseen. Upon finally reaching the door, I stole one final glance backward. In that fleeting moment, the entire theater materialized as it must have been in its prime seats brimming with shadowy figures, stage lights radiating warmth, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet the vision dissolved swiftly, leaving behind the familiar emptiness. Exiting into the night, I realized that empty was an inadequate term. The theater was brimming with tales, memories, moments frozen in time. And sometimes, if one listens intently enough, those narratives play out once more, an eternal performance for a solitary observer. The laughter I had encountered would linger with me, a testament that certain places are never truly forsaken. They merely bide their time, collecting memories until someone arrives who knows how to discern the echoes of joy lingering within the shadows. Story 27. On a leisurely stroll through a historic part of town, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate engravings. Time had almost erased the delicate patterns and symbols, yet they whispered a tale of love and loss. The gate exuded a rusty scent that mingled with the crisp evening breeze. Running my fingers along the weathered metal, I sensed a hidden narrative waiting to be unveiled, etched into every curve and line. The twilight air carried a soft murmur of autumn leaves, while gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing before the gate, I observed how the remaining sunlight played upon the deep grooves of the engravings, casting dancing shadows. The metal felt cool to the touch, its surface bearing the marks of years gone by. There was a magnetic pull to the patterns. More than mere decoration, they formed elegant letters intertwined with vines and flowers. Tracing the designs with my fingertip, a subtle warmth spread through my hand, contrasting the gate's chill. It was a sensation akin to touching a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a winding path led into shadowed gardens. Majestic trees arched overhead, their branches swaying in the evening breeze. The air carried a blend of earthy scents, hinting at fallen leaves and a faint floral fragrance, though no blooms were in sight. Every time I tried to step away, a new detail captivated my gaze. A particular spiral in the metalwork led to another, then another, forming an endless loop that always circled back to a heart-shaped motif nearly faded by time. Within its faint outlines, I discerned two sets of initials and a possible date. As darkness descended, the atmosphere grew colder, and the engravings seemed to shift and transform. The once flowing vines now resembled intricate script in an unfamiliar language. Entranced by the hypnotic patterns, I swayed slightly, lost in their allure. The soft tap of my umbrella against the gate, a forgotten accessory, resonated strangely, like a bell chiming underwater. In that moment, I sensed a response emanating from the depths of the garden beyond, a whisper carried by the wind through the trees. The engravings began to reveal fragments of a story. Figures embraced here, a blooming garden there, and further along, the same garden in winter's grip, branches reaching skyward. Scenes melded seamlessly, linked by sweeping lines that might signify time, memory, or yearning. Time flowed differently in this place, marked by the subtle glow of streetlights illuminating the patina of the metal. Each beam of light unveiled hidden details: a bird in flight, a fallen leaf adding to the intricate narrative slowly unfolding before me. The tale depicted two lovers who once tended the garden beyond, their identities lost to time, but their legacy preserved in iron and rust. Together, they nurtured something beautiful, enduring seasons of change, weathering winters, and evolving into something timeless. Standing amidst the ever-moving currents of time, I realized the gate was more than a mere barrier. It was a testament, a love story immortalized in metal to withstand centuries. The faded heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience. Though the specifics faded, the essence lingered, touching all who paused to contemplate, to ponder, to feel. A distant church bell tolled, blending with the hushed whispers of the evening wind. Casting one final glance at the gate, I knew I would return, understanding it would never reveal itself the same way twice. As I turned to depart, my fingers grazed the heart-shaped emblem one last time. In that fleeting instant, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, akin to a heartbeat encased in iron, echoing through the ages. The tale of the gate lingered as I made my way home through the dimming twilight. Some stories, I realized, were not meant to be fully deciphered, but rather to be experienced, resonating in the space between certainty and curiosity, between sight and faith. The faded engravings had shared what they chose to share, guarding their deeper secrets within their iron embrace, waiting for those attuned to their silent song. Story 28, in the midst of sorting through forgotten treasures tucked away in a dim corner of my dwelling, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an ancient writing desk. After a bit of gentle persuasion, the drawer yielded to my efforts, revealing a carefully folded note resting inside. The paper, aged and tinged with the passage of time, bore the graceful script of a bygone era, hinting at a concealed narrative surrounding the house's enigmatic history. A subtle aroma of cedar and antiquated ink wafted from the note, beckoning me to uncover its secrets. As I gingerly unfurled the delicate parchment, the hushed rustle of aged paper filled the tranquil room. Evening light filtered through sheer curtains, casting ethereal shadows that danced upon the desk's weathered surface. A sense of anticipation thickened the air, yet it carried a tranquil quality akin to the moments preceding a gentle rainfall. The note commenced with a date from a distant past, penned in flowing calligraphy that whispered of a different time. "My dearest friend," it began, "I must unburden my heart of a secret long held." Each sentence drew me deeper into its web, each revelation more captivating than the last. The author recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footfalls echoing in empty corridors, objects shifting subtly in solitude, and most intriguingly, the emergence of fresh blooms in a specific vase under every full moon. Enthralled, I sank further into my seat, enraptured by the unfolding tale. The writer divulged the existence of a concealed chamber hidden somewhere within the house, veiled behind walls privy to countless clandestine confidences. According to the note, this chamber safeguarded something precious, not of material wealth, but of sentimental value, a treasury of memories frozen in time. The soft ticking of the grandfather clock maintained a steady cadence as I delved deeper, its pendulum swinging in a hypnotic arc. The author recounted the unearthing of an ancient journal secreted within the walls, chronicling intricate anecdotes of the house's original inhabitants. These were no ordinary recollections. They spoke of shared dreams traversing generations, of murmured dialogues that transcended temporal boundaries. As darkness descended beyond my window panes, I kindled an antique brass lamp, casting a warm, golden hue upon the pages. The note referenced a series of symbols etched into various door frames throughout the house, markings I had dismissed as mere ornamentation. However, the writer posited that these symbols composed a cryptic map leading to the concealed chamber's entrance. My fingertips trailed the edge of the parchment as I absorbed the writer's endeavors to decode these enigmatic glyphs. Though progress had been made in unraveling the pattern, a missing piece perpetually eluded them. The note delineated the symbols' fluctuating prominence during lunar phases, some waxing while others waned. The whispering wind through the trees outside provided a soothing backdrop to my reading, their branches casting shifting shadows upon my walls. The author articulated a growing conviction that the house itself pulsated with memories, not in a menacing manner, but akin to a gentle sentinel of bygone tales. Approaching the note's denouement, the author unveiled a revelation of profound significance. They had begun to experience reveries reminiscent of memories, vivid tableaus from the house's past unfolding in their slumber. These dreams consistently featured a woman garbed in azure, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken wisdom. The writer intuited that she sought to convey a crucial message, one concerning the nexus of time and memory within these walls. The final passage bore a cryptic directive. When the midnight bells toll 13 times and moonbeams cascade upon the seventh step, the path will manifest itself to those who heed with their hearts rather than their ears. I held my breath as I perused these enigmatic words, attuned to every subtle sound in my abode, the faint creak of floorboards, the distant whisper of zephyrs, the imperceptible march of time. The note concluded without a signature, leaving me ensnared in a labyrinth of unanswered queries. Upon refolding the parchment, a previously unnoticed sketch caught my eye, a modest geometric design in the corner of the final page, its familiarity elusive. Glancing up from the desk, I discerned the encroaching darkness, save for the soft radiance of my lamp. The house now felt transformed, not with uneasiness, but with a tender cognizance of the myriad narratives enshrined within its walls. Each shadow, each creak, each subtle stir in the atmosphere seemed pregnant with fresh significance. Returning the note to its resting place, I opted against locking the drawer, sensing that this was but the prologue to a grander enigma, one unfolding gradually, akin to the gradual illumination of dawn. Enshrouded in the deepening twilight, I mused upon the possibility of encountering the woman in blue within my dreams, pondering the secrets she might impart in the hushed hours of night. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking persisted, while in the distance a church bell tolled. Absently counting the chimes, my thoughts remained entwined in the enigma of the note, and as the final echo dissipated, a whisper of fabric, akin to the rustle of a blue gown, teased through the empty room. Story 29. On a tranquil night, as a sudden downpour painted the world in glistening hues, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella. To my surprise, a series of muddy footprints stretched away from my doorstep, vanishing into the darkness beyond. The rain played a soothing melody on the pavement, its gentle cadence mingling with the cool embrace of the damp air. An enigmatic aura lingered, hinting at an unseen guest whose fleeting visit left me both intrigued and unsettled. Beneath the soft glow of the porch light, I observed the raindrops methodically washing away the outlines of each footprint, blurring them into vague shapes against the wet concrete canvas. The rain cascaded down in tranquil waves, drowning out the usual evening symphony with its comforting white noise. My breath materialized in wisps in the chilly air as I pondered the mystery before me. The footprints, peculiar in their design, did not match any familiar shoes of mine, yet there was an inexplicable familiarity to them. They seemed crafted by a careful wanderer, each step deliberate and purposeful. What captivated me most was their faint shimmer in the dim light, as if they held fragments of moonlight within their depths. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I found myself following the trail, my own footsteps mingling with the rain's gentle patter on my coat. The earthy scent of rain-soaked soil intermingled with a sweet fragrance, reminiscent of ancient books and withered flowers, wafting through the misty air. The footprints guided me through the garden, where raindrops adorned leaves and petals like strings of delicate pearls. Night-blooming jasmine exhaled its ethereal perfume into the mist, casting a spell of tranquility over the surroundings. The prints weaved among the flora with uncanny precision, as though the creator knew the garden intimately, never disturbing a single blade in their passage. As I traced the path, a peculiar phenomenon caught my eye. The raindrops hesitated for a fleeting moment before touching the ground, forming transient spheres of suspended water. This subtle dance of nature's elements revealed itself only to the keen observer. The trail led me to a secluded clearing where the footprints converged in a perfect circle, as if the mysterious visitor had pirouetted gracefully in that spot. The grass within the circle shimmered with an otherworldly sheen, each blade seemingly alive and attuned to a melody only they could hear. Kneeling down, I ran my fingers over the ethereal grass, feeling a cool vibration that coursed through me. The rain continued its gentle symphony, but within the circle, each drop harmonized into a melodic whisper as it descended. Upon rising, I noticed the footprints fading, becoming ethereal wisps against the dark earth, as if their creator was gradually dissipating into the night. The sweet fragrance intensified, mingling with the rain to create a sense of profound peace that enveloped me. Following the faint trail, I arrived at the ancient oak tree at the garden's edge. Its colossal branches reached for the heavens, their leaves murmuring secrets to the rain. The footprints concluded at the tree's base, merging seamlessly with the natural patterns of the bark, blurring the line between human and nature. Placing my palm against the tree's moist bark, I sensed a subtle pulsation, akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Rivulets of water meandered down the trunk, forming fleeting patterns that almost resembled cryptic symbols, dissolving before my eyes. In the midst of the rain's gentle cadence, I felt a shift in the atmosphere, an electric charge that heralded a moment of transcendence. The raindrops choreographed a silent ballet, casting ephemeral shadows that danced in unity with an unseen melody. Though the silent visitor remained elusive that night, their essence had transformed my garden into a realm of mystique and wonder. Even after retreating to the warmth of my home, the echoes of their presence lingered in the air, a reminder of the ethereal encounter. The enigmatic scent clung to my clothes for days, a subtle reminder of the visitor's lingering essence. On quiet, rainy nights, I am drawn outside, yearning to unravel new mysteries woven amidst the rain-soaked petals. While their footprints have yet to grace my garden again, the rain falls differently now, breathing life into my sanctuary. As I pen these words under the comforting glow of lamplight, another storm looms on the horizon, whispering secrets to the wind. I contemplate the possibility that the visitor did not merely pass through, but wove a fragment of their essence into the tapestry of this place, a silent guardian of mysteries unsolved. In the hushed moments before slumber claims me, amidst the serenade of raindrops, I swear I hear faint footsteps echoing in harmony with the night symphony. It is as though the visitor still roams my garden, a spectral presence leaving no trace but an ethereal legacy that dances with the rain. Story 30, high above the bustling city, above the noise and chaos, there exists a hidden sanctuary, a secret rooftop garden that defies explanation. This mystical haven, tucked away on a forgotten building, is bathed in a soft, ethereal glow emanating from hidden lanterns, casting a spell of tranquility over its vibrant plants and blooming flowers. The mingled scents of fresh blossoms and city rain create an intoxicating atmosphere, stirring a sense of wonder in those who dare to discover this enchanted realm. It was on a cool autumn evening that I first glimpsed the mysterious light from my apartment window. The deep velvet sky and the crisp scent of falling leaves beckoned me to explore further. The gentle pulsing glow seemed to breathe with a life of its own, drawing me closer with its captivating radiance. Night after night, I found myself captivated, watching from afar as the garden danced with soft luminescence among the shadows. After weeks of silent observation, a hidden stairwell revealed itself to me, beckoning me to ascend and unravel the secrets of the rooftop garden. The metal door opened with a whisper, granting me passage into a world suspended between reality and dreams. Mist curled around my feet as I stepped onto the weathered wooden planks of the garden path, each creak releasing the scent of rain-soaked cedar into the still night air. The garden itself was a realm of wonder and mystery. Exotic flowers swayed in an unseen breeze, emitting a soft, otherworldly glow that painted the air in pastel hues. Ancient lanterns hung from iron posts, their light a mesmerizing blend of starlight and dew. As I wandered deeper into this magical space, I noticed the plants responding to my presence, their leaves subtly shifting to follow my every move. The air was thick with the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers, their elusive beauty defying comprehension. A tranquil pond mirrored the mystical lights, its surface occasionally rippling with unseen movements. Shapes and patterns danced beneath the surface, ephemeral and enigmatic, like fleeting thoughts at the edge of consciousness. Time itself seemed to bend and sway within the garden's confines, minutes stretching into hours, yet hours passing like fleeting moments. Night after night, I returned to this hidden oasis, drawn by a sense of peace and comfort that enveloped me like a warm embrace. The garden became my sanctuary, a place where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred into a harmonious dance. Amidst the soft glow of the garden, I discovered a weathered stone bench adorned with intricate symbols that seemed to shift and change, whispering tales of forgotten lore. The enchanting melodies that drifted through the air, more felt than heard, added to the sense of mystery that permeated this ethereal space. Occasionally I stumbled upon curious objects left behind by unseen visitors, a pearl button aglow in the dark, a warm brass key, a piece of paper with words that shifted and transformed before my eyes. These remnants hinted at a hidden world beyond my understanding, a world where magic and reality intertwined in a delicate balance. As the seasons shifted, so too did the garden, defying the laws of nature with its blossoms of impossible colors and leaves that danced out of sync with the world below. Yet amidst this ever-changing tapestry, the gentle glow remained constant, a beacon of peace and wonder in the midst of urban chaos. In the quiet moments among the luminescent blooms, I caught fleeting glimpses of other gardens reflected in the lantern's soft light, distant sanctuaries like this one, existing in the liminal spaces between the known and the unknown. I began to believe that this rooftop garden was but one of many secret havens scattered throughout the world, awaiting discovery by those in need of solace and enchantment. And so I have learned to embrace the mysteries of this magical place, to let go of the need for answers, and instead find solace in the questions that linger in the air like a half-remembered dream. The garden's gentle pulse, like a heartbeat against the night sky, continues to call out to those who seek refuge in its tranquil embrace. And as I sit in contemplation, surrounded by the soft glow of the ethereal blooms, I have come to realize that true peace comes not from understanding, but from embracing the unknown and finding joy in the mysteries that weave through our lives like threads of starlight in the night. Story 31. On a somber afternoon, amidst the mundane stack of mail, an unmarked envelope caught my eye. Intrigued, I unfolded the aged paper within, and the handwritten words it bore sparked a cascade of unfamiliar memories within me. A subtle blend of old ink and lavender wafted through the room, prompting me to question the very essence of my past. The paper, delicate and weathered at the edges, whispered tales of bygone eras as I traced its contours with gentle fingertips. Outside, rain tapped a soothing melody on the window, harmonizing with the rhythm of my own heartbeat. The warm glow of my reading lamp enveloped the letter in an ethereal aura, illuminating the elegant script that danced before my eyes. "My dearest friend," the letter greeted me, "I write to evoke the summer house where we shared fleeting moments." Strangely, the mention of this retreat stirred no recollection within me, yet as I delved deeper into the missive, I could almost bask in the warmth of sunlight on my skin and hear the echo of waves in the distance. Beside me, the crackling fireplace offered solace, its flickering flames a backdrop to the unfolding narrative. Each word seemed to unlock a hidden chamber of my mind, revealing memories both alien and intimately known. I could almost taste the salt air, feel the smooth floorboards beneath my feet, and hear the whisper of cotton curtains stirred by a gentle breeze. The letter painted scenes of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue blooms, of hushed conversations in a perennial garden, and of a mysterious locked room on the uppermost floor. With every description, the phantom memories gained strength and clarity, yet I remained certain that these experiences were not my own. My feline companion nestled in my lap, her soft purring grounding me in the present as I turned to the second page, her warmth a tangible reminder of reality amidst the nebulous recollections. The script, unwavering and graceful, wove a tapestry of events that seemed as tangible as the chair I occupied. Strolls through misty gardens at dawn, shadows dancing by candlelight, and the distant strains of piano music from unseen hands. The aged floors of my dwelling creaked softly, as if echoing the ancient whispers of the summer house mentioned in the letter. The fragrance of lavender permeated the air, no longer confined to the paper, but enveloping the room in a cloak of memories not my own, or were they? The writer alluded to shared confidences, unspoken bonds, and a locket said to have always adorned my neck, bearing a photograph of two enigmatic figures standing before a grand manor. Though my fingers found bare skin where the locket should have rested, I could sense its weight, a phantom presence ingrained in my very being. Beyond the window, the rain continued its gentle serenade, now whispering secrets that eluded my grasp. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, where the titles of leather-bound tomes seemed to shift in the periphery of one's vision. I could almost recall the scent of those ancient books, though such a memory defied logic. As I neared the final page, the ink appeared to fade, as if the words themselves were slipping into the realm of remembrance. The writer detailed a pivotal decision we had apparently made, a choice that transcended the boundaries of reality, A midnight ritual in the garden under a disorienting moon, casting shadows askew, marked a turning point in the narrative. The letter's closing words resonated with finality and possibility. Remember, dear friend, that memories are but fluid reflections of our truths. The tales we cling to are but whispers of the tales we choose to forget. Signed with an enigmatic initial that seemed to morph with each glance, the letter bore a weight beyond its tangible form. As I folded it along its creases, a fleeting glimpse of a stranger met my gaze in the window's reflection, a face both familiar and unknown. The rain subsided, and the scent of lavender dissipated into the night. I returned the letter to its envelope, acknowledging that my memories, whether genuine or illusion, chosen or bestowed, would forever bear the mark of this enigmatic encounter. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair, the distant melodies of waves and piano music serenaded me, and the phantom weight of a non-existent locket lingered upon my skin. Story 32. Deep within the mysterious depths of a revered library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove concealed behind towering shelves of ancient manuscripts. The dim light filtering through a weathered window unveiled a collection of dusty tomes and relics that murmured tales of forgotten wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound volumes and yellowed paper enveloped the space, enveloping me in a sense of uncovering a clandestine sanctuary of knowledge reserved for the most inquisitive souls. As the library's night sentinel, I had grown accustomed to the gentle nocturnal cadence of the building, the faint creaking of wooden shelves settling, the soft rustle of wind through aged ventilation shafts, and the distant echo of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this particular alcove felt distinct, as if it existed in a timeless pocket, untouched by the modern world beyond the library's ancient walls. I found myself irresistibly drawn to this hidden enclave during my nightly patrols, observing how the moonlight painted ever-shifting patterns through the intricate leaded window. The dancing shadows seemed to weave cryptic symbols on the worn wooden floor, reminiscent of forgotten scripts. At times, in the hushed stillness of the night, I could almost swear I heard the faint whisper of pages turning, though I knew I was alone in this secluded corner. One fateful night, while perusing the volumes that lined my sanctuary, I discerned a curious arrangement in their placement. The smooth leather spines, bearing the imprints of countless hands across centuries, seemed to form a deliberate design when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and precise positioning suggested a purposeful order beyond mere chance. I devoted more hours to studying these enigmatic books, meticulously recording their positions and how the moonlight interacted with them as the night unfolded. My flashlight beam would catch glimpses of gilded lettering that seemed to shift with the passing hours, revealing fragments of text in unfamiliar languages. The air in the alcove grew heavy with the weight of untold narratives with each passing night. In my exploration, I stumbled upon a peculiar volume that exuded warmth, as if it had just been relinquished by another reader. Its pages remained blank, yet when illuminated by my flashlight precisely at midnight, faint traces of writing emerged, morphing and eluding comprehension like elusive dreams upon waking. The tolling of the grand clock marked the march of time as I delved deeper into the enigma of the alcove. I began noticing subtle alterations, books that had subtly shifted position between my visits, the window framing views of the night sky seemingly defying the library's structure, and an unshakable sensation of a presence lingering at my shoulder. My comrades remarked upon the changes in me as well. I spoke of the library's history with an uncanny familiarity, as if I had witnessed its inception centuries ago. I found myself comprehending fragments of ancient tongues unlearned in my waking hours, while my slumber was haunted by visions of expansive halls of knowledge transcending the library's physical confines. The most astounding revelation unfolded on a winter night when the full moon cast its ethereal glow and the crisp air held a crystalline clarity. Seated in my customary spot, a tome tumbled from its perch, unfurling to reveal a meticulous chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians rumored to have unlocked the means to embed knowledge not solely in words, but in the very essence of space itself. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my alcove repositories where the boundaries between reader and text, between past and present, blurred into obscurity. It dawned on me then that I had become a part of a grander tapestry woven across centuries. The alcove had singled me out, as it had done with others before me, beckoning me into a lineage that stretched back through time immemorial. The whispers I perceived were not mere echoes of an ancient edifice settling, but the voices of countless readers who had sat in this very spot, enriching the collective wisdom enshrined within these hallowed walls. As I penned this account bathed in the soft radiance of my flashlight, I acknowledge that the true nature of the alcove may forever elude me. Its mysteries unfurl at their own pace, like inscriptions materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet there is solace in embracing the knowledge that within the depths of this age-old library lies a realm where the boundaries of reality soften, where wisdom flows like a tranquil stream, and where the simple act of reading transcends the constraints of time and space. I continue my nocturnal vigil, safeguarding both the library and its veiled marvels. The alcove remains poised in its corner, patiently awaiting the arrival of the next intrepid soul destined to chance upon its threshold. And on those rare nights when the moon is at its zenith and the silence profound, I swear I can discern the faint rustle of pages, as if unseen readers partake in my watch, all of us bound together by the enduring enchantment of words and the enigmas they enshroud. Story 33. In a secluded corner of a forgotten library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript whose aged pages were adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each tiny annotation, inscribed in a mysterious script, hinted at a concealed tale lurking beneath the surface. The faint scent of ancient parchment and ink hung in the air, laced with a sense of intrigue that beckoned me to unravel the veiled lore woven within. With a soft crackle, the leather binding yielded as I turned each delicate page, my touch brushing against centuries of accumulated dust. While the main text appeared scholarly, delving into medieval folklore, it was the footnotes that whispered a different narrative. Initially, they seemed mundane, citing academic sources and providing brief explanations. Yet, as I delved deeper into the manuscript, the annotations underwent a transformation. The marginalia grew more urgent, the ink seeping into the yellowed paper with increasing intensity. References to obscure texts gave way to personal reflections, then evolved into what appeared to be intimate diary entries. The unknown annotator chronicled eerie occurrences, the sound of unseen footsteps in empty corridors, shadows that danced against the flickering candlelight, and whispers that lingered in the stillness of solitude. Lost in the alluring mystery, I spent endless hours in that tranquil nook of the library, enveloped by towering shelves that seemed to lean in conspiratorially, as if listening to my every breath. The gentle glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a golden light, casting the spaces between the shelves into shadowy obscurity. As twilight approached, the shadows stretched and slithered across the floor like inky tendrils. One footnote captivated my attention, hinting at a sequence of enigmatic numbers resembling dates from an unfamiliar calendar. Beneath them, in a slightly trembling hand, were the cryptic words, The patterns only reveal themselves in darkness. They speak of the realms between moments within the folds of time. As I immersed myself in deciphering these enigmatic notes, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my own life. Books materialized on my desk without my intervention. The library layout seemed to shift when unobserved, creating new pathways that always led me back to the manuscript. The rustle of pages turning echoed through the air, even when the manuscript lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more personal, as if the phantom annotator knew they were reaching out to a future reader, to me. They spoke of a dawning awareness, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations became a conduit, bridging not only pages but epochs, perhaps spanning centuries. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the cryptic marginalia, the library's clock ticking slower until it ceased altogether. The quality of light remained unchanging, as if the sun had paused in its celestial journey. Enveloped in a tranquil twilight that refused to yield to the encroaching darkness, the footnotes guided me through a labyrinth of interconnected references, unveiling ancient civilizations that mastered the art of temporal manipulation, scholars who deciphered the spaces between words, and libraries that existed beyond the constraints of linear time. Approaching the manuscript's conclusion, the annotations shifted from urgency to contemplation, exuding a serene acceptance. The final note simply stated, "To comprehend time, one must transcend it. You, the reader of these words, have embarked on that journey." Upon lifting my gaze from the manuscript, I sensed a profound shift in the surrounding silence, now pregnant with unspoken tales. The shadows between the shelves ceased to be mere voids, pulsating with subtle movements akin to unseen whispers stirring curtains in a gentle breeze. I now frequent the library daily, though the boundaries of time blur, making it impossible to discern when I arrive or depart. The manuscript remains in its original place, yet its contents morph and evolve with each perusal. Occasionally, ephemeral figures flicker at the periphery of my vision, scholars from bygone eras drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. Though we never exchange words, their presence echoes softly in my consciousness. The true essence of the manuscript eludes me, but I've come to realize that some mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than deciphered. Amidst the hushed whispers of ancient pages, I've unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one that resides in the interstices between certainty and the unknown. I continue to read, guided by the enigmatic footnotes through a maze of significance. Perhaps one day you too will encounter this manuscript. And when you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us not through revelation, but through the delicate dance of curiosity. Story 34. On a radiant afternoon, as I tended to my garden under the warm embrace of the sun, a serendipitous discovery unfolded before me. A loose floorboard in the corner of the shed beckoned my attention, whispering of hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled. With a sense of curiosity guiding my movements, I lifted the board to reveal a clandestine chamber concealed beneath, shrouded in a veil of mystery and time. The air within the hidden room held a palpable essence of earth and antiquity, mingling to create a tapestry of scents that enveloped me in a cocoon of tranquility. Relics and enigmatic trinkets adorned the space, each bearing silent witness to a forgotten era, their stories lingering in the shadows, yearning to be heard once more. Sunlight filtered through the dusty window, casting ethereal patterns across the weathered tools and terracotta pots that adorned the room. As I set about organizing my gardening supplies, a peculiar floorboard caught my unwitting foot, emitting a hollow resonance that seemed to vibrate with untold possibilities. Intrigued, I knelt down to investigate further, and with a gentle touch, the aged wood yielded, revealing a narrow staircase spiraling down into the depths of obscurity. The musty aroma grew stronger as I descended, the cool air wrapping around me like a comforting shroud, guiding my path along the rough-hewn stone walls. Each step downward led me into a realm frozen in time, a sanctuary of forgotten treasures whispering tales of eras long past. Shelves lined with artifacts from distant lands and ages beckoned to me, their silent voices urging me to unravel the mysteries they held. Delicate porcelain dolls with eyes that seemed to hold secrets of their own stood alongside leather-bound journals filled with faded ink, narrating snippets of lives lived in a bygone time. Among the relics, brass instruments sat silently, their dulled surfaces hinting at melodies lost to the winds of time, yet resonating with echoes of forgotten songs. But it was a peculiar music box, adorned with intricate marquetry depicting a garden mirroring my own, that captured my gaze most intently. Opening its lid released not music, but a whisper of air carrying the scent of blooming flowers, a scent both familiar and foreign, weaving a spell of enchantment around me. As my exploration delved deeper, subtle details began to unravel the very fabric of my reality, casting shadows of doubt upon what I thought I knew. The room's dimensions hinted at an expanse far beyond the shed above, extending beneath the very roots of my garden. Strange markings resembling celestial maps adorned the walls, depicting constellations unknown to any night sky I had beheld. Hours slipped by unnoticed as I delved into the enigmatic trove, each artifact a piece of a puzzle waiting to be solved. The room itself seemed to breathe, its walls pulsating with a life force that whispered of secrets long kept hidden. At times, a distant hum, like a lullaby sung from another realm, echoed through the chamber, lulling me into a state of peaceful contemplation. In a forgotten corner, a collection of aged photographs revealed faces from the past, their gazes mirroring my own sense of wonder and discovery. The journals spoke of a world intertwined with nature's mysteries, of blooms that danced under starlight and seeds that whispered secrets only to the moon. Drawings of unfamiliar plants adorned the pages, their existence a testament to the interconnected web of life that transcended time itself. As the day waned and shadows danced upon the walls, the room transformed with the shifting light, each beam illuminating a different facet of its hidden treasures. A peculiar key, its design a testament to nature's artistry, lay nestled within a forgotten drawer, its purpose a riddle waiting to be solved, or perhaps a reminder that some enigmas are meant to remain unsolved. Emerging from the subterranean sanctuary, I found the garden bathed in the same golden light as when I had descended, time itself a fluid concept within the hidden realm. The floorboard settled back into place with a soft sigh, sealing away the mysteries once more, as if the room itself held a secret pact with the earth. That evening, as I sat amidst the blossoms, watching the sun dip below the horizon, a newfound understanding washed over me. The garden whispered of hidden truths, and the evening breeze carried echoes of a world unseen yet felt. The hidden room had woven itself into the fabric of my existence, a gentle undercurrent guiding my days with a touch of magic and mystery. The reflections in the shed's window took on a mystical quality, as if the room below sought to communicate through the dance of light and shadow. The mysteries I uncovered became a part of my daily ritual, a silent symphony playing beneath the surface of my mundane existence, a reminder of the wonders that lie just beyond our perception. The secret chamber beneath the garden shed remains a sanctuary of quiet revelation, a testament to the boundless depths of mystery waiting to be explored. Its existence has transformed my world, infusing each day with a sense of wonder and possibility, a reminder that magic lingers just beneath the surface of ordinary life. And as the garden blooms with newfound vigor, I cherish the small tokens that find their way to me, gifts from a realm where time flows like honey and questions drift on the breeze. The hidden room is my sanctuary, my refuge in a world that often forgets the beauty of mystery. And though its secrets remain my own, I cannot help but wonder if others have stumbled upon its threshold, guided by whispers of the past and echoes of a bygone era. The garden continues to bloom, a testament to the enduring legacy of the hidden chamber below, a place where time stands still and the mysteries of the universe unfold in whispers of wind and shadow. Story 35. As I sifted through a forgotten box of art supplies in a quaint thrift store, my fingers brushed against a weathered sketchbook that seemed to whisper secrets of a hidden world. Its pages, tinged with age and fragrant with the familiar scent of graphite and time, held intricate blueprints of a structure unknown to me. Each line delicately drawn hinted at a purpose veiled in mystery, blurring the lines between artistry and enigma. Night after night, I found myself drawn into the depths of these yellowed pages within my dimly lit study. The soft glow of my desk lamp danced across the worn paper, casting gentle shadows that swayed with the rhythm of the falling rain outside. With a curious fascination, I traced my fingertips along the intricate designs that defied conventional logic. Curved corridors folded upon themselves, staircases led to impossible rooms, and windows captured light from inexplicable angles. Yet, amidst this architectural enigma, precise measurements and elegant script adorned the blueprints, almost like a form of artistic poetry. Within the margins, faded ink whispered of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, beckoning me to dive deeper into contemplative realms. Rooms existing between moments and doorways opening into unseen spaces where dreams lingered. These concepts painted a surreal landscape in my mind. Quiet evenings turned into meditative sessions as I sketched my interpretations of these mysterious geometries. The soft scratch of my pencil against paper became a soothing melody, blurring the boundaries of time as I lost myself in the intricate patterns. In the tranquil hours before dawn, a subtle presence seemed to guide my hand, as if the original architect reached across time to reveal the secrets hidden within the blueprints. My perception of space shifted, imbuing my home with a new aura of mystery during those hushed moments between sleep and wakefulness. One still night, bathed in moonlight, hidden numbers emerged from the ornate borders of the pages, forming a cryptic pattern that hinted at a deeper meaning. Transcribing them became a mesmerizing task, akin to deciphering a symphony written in the language of architecture. Weeks passed, and the structure from the blueprints seeped into my dreams, inviting me to wander through its ethereal corridors where reality intertwined with imagination. The central chamber, adorned with symbols that danced between astronomy and music, resonated with the essence of liminal spaces, harmonizing with the universe's silent song. As I sat in my study, enveloped by shadows and the whispers of the sketches, a peculiar alignment between the tree branches outside and the mysterious angles within the designs caught my eye. Perhaps, I pondered, I was unraveling a hidden truth existing beyond the veil of ordinary perception, a symphony of architecture born in the quiet spaces between fleeting thoughts. The enigmatic architect's identity remained a mystery, their essence lingering within every stroke of the pen and every carefully penned note. The blueprints transcended mere physical plans, becoming a map of the ethereal realms that dance on the fringes of our reality, the gentle, dreaming realms glimpsed in moments of perfect serenity. Now, as lamplight flickers across my desk, the weight of the sketchbook rests heavy on my fingertips, its untold secrets whispering in the background symphony of raindrops. Shadows pulse gently in the corners of the room, synchronizing with distant lightning flashes, offering me solace in the unknown, reminding me that some mysteries are meant to remain beautifully unresolved, like a tranquil dream that leaves a lingering sense of peace upon waking. Story 36. On a tranquil moonlit night, I ventured into a weathered observatory nestled on the edge of a quiet town. Amongst the hushed telescopes and dusty star maps, a peculiar sight captured my attention, a mural of eyes intricately carved into a crumbling wall. The vast expanse of the star-studded sky outside seemed to blend seamlessly with the eerie glow that permeated the interior of the observatory. A cool breeze, tinged with the faint scent of ozone and aged parchment, whispered softly, hinting that the very structure itself was sentient, safeguarding ancient cosmic truths from a distant era. As I crossed the threshold into the time-worn building, a sensation of time slowing down enveloped me. The beam of my flashlight illuminated the worn wooden floors below, their aged grains resembling frozen rivers meandering under the soft glow of the pale light. A profound stillness lingered in the air, laden with the weight of countless nights spent gazing at the celestial wonders above. Venturing further into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to the abandoned scientific instruments. A colossal telescope, its once shiny brass now dulled by neglect, stood solemnly pointed towards the heavens through the opening in the dome. Strewn around its base lay scattered papers adorned with intricate calculations in faded ink, cryptic mathematical symbols dancing across their yellowed surfaces like ancient enigmas waiting to be deciphered. The eyes etched into the stone wall which had caught my eye earlier seemed to track my every move. Yet rather than menacing, they exuded a sense of patient observation, as though they had borne witness to countless cosmic events over the eons. Some eyes were deeply engraved into the stone, while others appeared almost translucent, capturing and reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome. A gentle breeze stirred the dust, creating mesmerizing spirals that danced in the moonlight. The fragrance of old books and metal mingled with something ethereal, a scent reminiscent of meteor showers and the mystical aurora borealis. I found myself inexplicably drawn to a secluded corner where an antique desk stood, its surface adorned with star charts from ages past. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a peculiar anomaly. The constellations depicted on the oldest charts did not align perfectly with their modern counterparts. Initially attributing this discrepancy to the aged nature of the documents, a sense of gradual celestial rearrangement began to emerge as I compared more charts. It was as if the stars themselves had shifted imperceptibly, not in accordance with known astronomical movements, but as if the very fabric of the sky had subtly rearranged its cosmic tapestry. The desk drawers yielded with a soft sigh, revealing leather-bound journals filled with meticulous observations and elegant script. Entries spoke of watchful eyes in the void and breathing stellar patterns, blending poetic musings with precise measurements and calculations that defied conventional understanding. A gentle warmth seemed to emanate from the ancient stone walls, infusing the chamber with a subtle vibration akin to a slumbering giant's heartbeat. The carved eyes appeared to pulse in unison with this enigmatic rhythm, casting shifting shadows that played tricks on the mind. Time flowed differently within those walls. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I delved deeper into the mysteries, yet when I glanced at my watch, I realized only a fraction of time had passed. The dome above groaned and adjusted itself intermittently, seemingly tracking an unseen celestial point without any discernible mechanical aid. In a journal entry dated decades ago, an intrepid astronomer chronicled the discovery of a celestial anomaly, an entity that eluded conventional classification. This enigmatic object seemed to observe our world as intently as we observed it, forging a profound connection of mutual acknowledgement. The astronomer's hand, typically steady, had trembled towards the conclusion of the entry, not out of fear, but from a deep sense of reverberating recognition. As the night deepened, a profound realization dawned upon me. The observatory had not been forsaken, it had metamorphosed. The eyes adorning the walls were not mere decorations, but symbols of a metamorphosis. The structure had transcended its physical form, becoming a conduit between earthly observers and cosmic entities. Seated at the ancient desk, I watched as the stars painted intricate patterns across the sky through the observatory's open dome. The carved eyes pulsated in harmony with the cosmic rhythms, and I felt myself synchronizing with their timeless vigilance. The boundary separating observer from observed, watcher from watched, blurred and dissolved, merging into a harmonious unity. As the first light of dawn began to filter through the dome, I knew it was time to depart. Yet I carried with me a profound transformation, a deep understanding gleaned from my night among the watching eyes. The observatory had revealed its secret. The universe was not a passive backdrop, but an active observer, gazing back through eyes both carved into stone and scattered across the heavens. With a final wistful glance, I left the observatory standing silently against the evolving sky, its dome fixed towards an unseen cosmic destination among the fading stars. Though I occasionally return, I never linger as I did on that transformative night. The timeless eyes continue their eternal vigil, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of existence, we are both spectators and participants. The most profound lesson I took away was that true wisdom transcends verbal explanations. It resides in the tranquil spaces between starlight and shadow, in the gentle pulse of ancient stones, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the cosmos since time immemorial. The mystery of the observatory was not a riddle to be solved, but an experience to be embraced, a living testament that certain enigmas are best left veiled in the soft cloak of ambiguity. Story 37. In the heart of an ancient mansion untouched by time, a profound hush enveloped me, whispering secrets of bygone eras. As I crossed the grand foyer where portraits gazed from behind veils of dust and drapes swayed with a ghostly grace, the stillness pulsed with a life of its own. Each groan of the weathered floorboards and every breath of wind through shattered panes spun tales of yesteryears, beckoning me to listen to their haunting melodies. The soft rays of the fading sun filtered through worn curtains, painting elongated shadows that waltzed upon faded wallpaper. My footsteps, muffled by the layers of dust, carried me further into the depths of the mansion, trailing a delicate dance of floating particles in the air. The scent of aged wood and forgotten dreams filled my senses, mingling with the distant whispers of branches caressing the window panes in a quiet, rhythmic lull. A majestic staircase, its once gleaming banister dulled by the passage of time, drew me closer, my hand gliding over its warm, polished surface. Yet a peculiar phenomenon caught my eye. The dust beneath my touch vanished, revealing gleaming sections as if freshly tended. Despite the chill that clung to the air, the wood exuded a curious warmth, a contradiction to the mansion's icy embrace. Ascending to the second floor, I found myself in a corridor lined with closed doors, each exuding a distinct aura of anticipation, a pregnant pause between heartbeats. The temperature shifted subtly as I passed, some areas embracing me with gentle warmth, while others held pockets of coolness that sent shivers down my spine. One door ajar offered a glimpse into an ancient study bathed in the amber hues of twilight. Books adorned the walls, their faded spines hinting at untold wisdom, while a grand desk sat at the room's center, its surface pristine save for a lone circle devoid of dust. Approaching the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight, and the turned chair hinted at a recent occupant's departure. Within the dust-free circle, a faint inscription caught my eye, revealing the cryptic words, "We never truly leave." The fading light of day cast elongated shadows across the study, and a subtle shift in the room's atmosphere stirred a spectral symphony of unseen movements. Seated at the desk, the wood beneath my fingertips a conduit to the mansion's past, I discerned a language in the whispers of the wind and the soft rustle of pages turning. Time lost its meaning in that sanctuary, as the darkness outside wrapped around me like a comforting shroud, the dust motes twirling in a cosmic ballet of fleeting shapes and elusive whispers. As night descended, an ethereal glow emanated from the dust-free circle, pulsating with a rhythm reminiscent of a beating heart. The room's temperature danced in tandem with the luminescence, and the enigmatic words, "We never truly leave," shimmered in the darkness. Compelled by an unseen force, I reached out, and as my hand met the radiant circle, a wave of tranquility washed over me, merging with the mansion's melodic silence. The once quiet mansion now hummed with a harmony of forgotten tales, each creak and sigh a note in a symphony of souls intertwined with the fabric of time. When I departed, my watch frozen in an eternal moment, the mansion's darkness felt alive, a presence lingering in the absence of light. And as I retraced my steps through the corridors, I realized that the mansion's silence held not emptiness, but a chorus of voices yearning to be heard by a willing listener. In the stillness of my own abode, echoes of that spectral symphony lingered, a reminder that spaces harbor more than memories, they cradle the essence of all who have passed through, waiting to be acknowledged in the whispers of dust and shadows. And perhaps one day I shall return to that mansion, to sit once more in the study as night falls, and immerse myself in the music of the past, a timeless serenade of souls intertwined in the tapestry of existence. Story 38. In the depths of my attic, amidst forgotten relics and dusty shadows, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its exterior weathered, its once vibrant speakers now hushed until a serene night when it stirred to life, crackling with whispers of a bygone era. Through the veil of static emerged faint voices, fragmented melodies, and a wistful aroma of aged metal and forsaken aspirations. Each musical note carried a tale, a yearning to be unfurled from the shroud of time. Intrigued, I found myself irresistibly drawn back to the attic, where moonbeams painted delicate patterns on the dance of dust motes, and the aged floorboards murmured beneath my steps. Nestled in a worn leather armchair beside the radio, I witnessed a ritual unfold with the soft hues of twilight as my backdrop. The brass dial hummed to life, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, beckoning me to linger. Some nights only the gentle static serenaded me, reminiscent of rain's soothing lullaby. But on nights heavy with untold possibilities, the radio would weave its enchantment, unfurling melodies that materialized like ethereal specters emerging from the mist. These were not mere tunes, they were whispers of distant waltzes, jazz ballads from a forgotten era, and voices in foreign tongues that stirred a sense of recognition deep within my soul. One autumn evening, as the wind whispered through the trees, a shift occurred in the radio's transmissions. Amidst the musical tapestry, soft words surfaced, tender and clear. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. Neither wholly male nor female, young nor old, the voice carried a familiarity that tingled upon my skin, a sensation of forgotten kinship. Thus I began documenting these enigmatic messages in a journal, noting the celestial dance of the moon, the weather's ever-changing moods, and any hidden patterns that revealed themselves. Each entry chronicled songs that seemed to respond to my unspoken yearnings, voices that echoed memories I had not lived but recognized as my own. The radio, a silent sentinel in the attic's chill, held secrets of my past, my dreams, and the silent yearnings buried within. As winter's icy fingers crept into the attic, I found solace in the radio's embrace, cocooned in a symphony of sound that transcended the world's frozen grasp. Often I would drift into slumber, only to awaken to the radio's gentle hum, its melodies intertwining with my dreams like threads of moonlight. In those liminal spaces between sleep and wakefulness, ephemeral forms danced in the shadows cast by the radio's glow, whispering tales of lives intertwined with mine. The pinnacle of revelation arrived on a night blanketed in snow, where silence reigned supreme. The radio's voice, a spectral guide, wove details of my childhood long faded from memory, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Instead of fear, a profound tranquility settled within me, a gentle reminder of my essence. With each passing month, subtle transformations unfurled in my reality. Colors bloomed with newfound vibrancy, memories painted themselves vividly, and dreams took on a profound significance. The radio's influence transcended its ethereal broadcasts, stirring dormant embers within me, kindling a melody that echoed the rhythm of my heart. Some nights, as the radio fell silent, I pondered the tapestry of existence itself. How many layers of reality intertwined, unseen yet palpable? How many harmonies of life played in unison, just beyond our grasp? The radio ceased to be a mere contraption, evolving into a portal offering glimpses into realms parallel to our own. I refrained from dissecting its inner workings, for I sensed that its magic, should it be magic at all, dwelled not in its components, but in the liminal spaces between reality and reverie. Perhaps the radio was not extraordinary. Perhaps it merely served as a conduit to frequencies that resonated within my being. As I pen these words, the radio's nocturnal serenades persist, shrouded in enigma. The mysteries it unveils remain unsolved, yet I have come to realize that some questions hold more value in their ambiguity. In the hush between songs, in the whispers that straddle the line between message and memory, I have unearthed a different truth, one that speaks not to the intellect but to the soul's eternal yearning. The amber glow of the vacuum tubes now guides me through the night, while the soft crackle of the speaker weaves a melody into my dreams. And on the cusp of slumber, I wonder if somewhere beyond, another soul listens to their own elusive radio, entwined in a dance of shared echoes and unseen connections, drifting through the night on waves of sound and memory.